Okie dokie. We should be live. Sorry, y'all, on that break in service. I literally moved. I went to screenshot somebody's testimonial and the live stream just crashed. So this, like I said, disclaimer. If these live streams ever randomly end, it's because I'm on an older laptop and it's a PC. I will not say the brand. No, I'm just playing. It's a Razer Blade laptop. And it was always defected. So I'm just thankful that it works because it's a great laptop, but sometimes it just randomly crashes. So that's what happened the last time. So what we'll cover today, if you don't know me, I'm Game from BusyWorksBeats.com. We train over 1 million producers around the world. So we're going to work with Drake, Kanye West, Post Malone, Ariana Grande, French Montana, Young Thug, Post Malone. I said that. Ariana Grande, Young Thug, Lil Baby, J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, and a long list of other artists that I'm forgetting. And today you're going to learn how to make melodies from scratch. Okay. What up? LeBron is in the chat. We're going to show you how to make melodies from scratch. I'm going to show you how to use sound design to really craft your own sound. And then thirdly, we're going to get into some mixing and sauce techniques on how to pull out your sound. Okay, so we will touch a little bit on music theory. This isn't like a sit down and I'm going to teach you every scale music theory video though. This is more of a doing as opposed to talking about it. So whenever you guys are in doubt, try samples. Like in the beginning of my music production, like Journey, I was just sampling almost every song. So nowadays we have, if you get bored of like the samples from, you know, classic records, you guys go to Udio, for example, and pull some samples from here. So here's some AI samples that sound fire. Okay, so let's try some of these real quick.
Feel the waves touch my soul. Touch my soul.
What up, LeBron James in the chat?
Every rise and fall, they make me whole.
Tell me this isn't a vibe. Let me switch cams because I have to download this one.
Ocean song, it soothes the flame.
Tell me that's not fire.
When I dive in, I lose control.
Like I know these are real songs.
Carried by the tide where dreams flow.
Let me make an AI folder here. What do you think about using loops? I think it's like sampling. Hold on 1 second here. We're gonna download this one. Fire. Isn't it fire? I think I just told it like I want an R&B track that's like the 90s and it gave me that. Like imagine how many fire samples you guys got. These are my favorites out of the whole group though. Some of these I wrote the lyrics to, but it animated the actual song. I don't think I like that one that much. This one. I wrote these lyrics.
Ain't no one above you like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, so my heart knew it from the very start. Girl, you are the one for me forever, anytime.
Like imagine flipping this. What up, Mayo? Crazy. I'm gonna have a whole album just featuring AI samples. Crazy. So let me find one more and then we'll get started. This one's fire too. Same lyrics, just a different vibe. Mr. Llama's here. LLM. So listen to the production too. We can also get ideas from this. Hip hop, definitely my favorite. For real, it's like light years better. The end of music. And you know what's so crazy? I'll hear myself singing the songs and I'm like, oh, freaking AI wrote that. I'll be like singing a song as if it's like out. These are more catchy in my opinion than some songs. Let me find one more sample and then we're getting into the rock one. But this one is more gospel. Actually, I'll skip that one. That takes two. This one is fire. This is called Udio, and it's free too. I don't care what people say about how it's trained and all that. As a user of the AI, as a music producer, I do not care whose material they use to train this. That's like saying, hey, Carlin, don't listen to Michael Jackson and now make a beat. It's like I'm going to be influenced by Michael Jackson in some way. Like I'm going to try to sound like the Neptunes. You know how many type beats there are of Neptune's exact sounds and pew, 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 pew. It's like they're trying to actually be Pharrell. This is at least creatively with somebody's style. So for that reason, I think it's just super fire. I don't care what they trained on. I don't care about the ethics. I don't care. They could train their stuff on my music. I wouldn't care. Like, it's just greedy people trying to money suck and keep all their money opportunities to themselves. That's what it is in the music industry. Because that's all they have. They're not musicians. They're not artists. They can't make more music. So the only way they make money is by buying up catalog and trying to monetize it every single place they can. That's why they don't have a love for this art. Whereas Udio, I could tell they love this art. Like whoever came up with this concept. What up, Sahil? Finally made it in time for a stream. Yeah, we're about to sample and start off on a melody. Just gotta find a dope sample. So the first, like if you guys struggle with making melodies from scratch, just sample. It's just so much easier. And you'll gain like an idea of what music should sound like anyway. All right, so these Ocean, what is this? This one's kind of cool.
They think it's fake like I'm AI, but when I say that I'm real.
And I'm listening to the drums, like getting ideas.
They turn their heads and they wonder where their life go, is it real? I'm on my way to the ocean.
All right, we're about to go into FL in a second. Just wanted to start the party back up because the last stream got my computer froze.
But in the midst of my journey, I found the key to my brain.
We're about to get started though. I wrote these lyrics too.
If I ever hurt you, I'm sorry. If I ever lied, I tried. If I ever hated, I'm sorry. You was right by my side.
Oh, this is the alternate
Let's start
ending.
it over again. You are my lover and friend.
That wasn't the real ending. I forgot. You can also do alternative endings.
If I ever hurt you, I'm sorry.
Now let's hop into FL.
If I ever lied, I tried.
Go to
If I
samples.
ever hated, I'm sorry.
I'll show you guys how to flip these.
You was right by my side. Let's start it over again.
Is that the Takashi
You
Murakami
are
flower
my
behind you?
lover and friend.
Yeah, Murakami. Yeah.
We take the oath till the
I
end.
think I found it on Amazon somewhere. All right, it's about time to get rocking. Sorry about the left stream, y'all. My computer crashed. What can I tell you? It just crashed. We're gonna work from the 15 on up. Sorry about that, y'all. All right, so first thing we're gonna do, Blaze is here with a Blaze. We're gonna find a section of the song we like. Now, I think I updated the Serato 2.0. Let me see. I can't remember if I did or not. It looks different on PC than it does on Mac. So I couldn't figure out why songs weren't allowing me to drag and drop. So if you guys download stuff offline, you have to make sure it's in MP3 or else Serato won't like recognize the drag and drop. What up, Robert West? So let's pick one of these AI tracks. I'm listening to four things. What's the vocal saying? What's the instrumentation doing? Can I sample the drums? For AI samples, the drum samples aren't that great. Or can I sample the bass line? Rarely do I sample just the bass line. What up, Neil? So I'm just listening for vocals and background music. With Udio specifically, they do vocals well. Everything else is kind of like whatever. What up, The Gift? Kind of mix this track. There you go. Best plugin for clean sounding piano. Let me think. Keyscape is the closest I've heard, but it's pretty pricey. Let's see what this sounds like. So let's drop that in Serato. I'm just gonna click find samples because I'm lazy and I don't feel like doing chops in Serato. Let's change our tempo. So I'm gonna listen for the downbeat, aka the kick. If it like a snare is not the downbeat, that's the 2. So it's 1, 2. I mean, I shouldn't say downbeat, but it's the 2. So the 1, 2, 3, 4. Snares usually come on the 1, 2, 3, 4. They come on the 2 and the 4. So anytime you hear a snare, you're missing a beat. Is my point. How many counter melodies are too much? Well, counter means you have like an opposite, a polar opposite. I would say two melodies going against each other enough. I always get rid of the drums when sampling. True, but drums help you chop. So as a beginner, you know, without the drums, it'd be so hard to count music. Toxic says never use samples for some reason. Think it's going to take away my credit, or people will be like, you use samples. I mean, some of the greatest hip hop songs are just looped samples. They're not even like doing drums. It's about the vibe of the song, in my opinion. Okay, let's say record 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah, that was kind of white. Let's do that again. Wait, what the easy? What is happening here? I think this is glitching out, y'all. I think we found a glitch. Let's do this again. What in the easy? All right, something. What is this? What in the heat? What is going on with FL? I think they're effing with me, y'all. They're like, games live, F with them. Oh, okay, recorded audio, that's what that was. Okay, now this part, that was weird. I didn't realize my mic was on though, so maybe that's why. Oh, okay, recorded, I see what happened. It overdubs, so okay, that's what happened. 2, 3, 4. I'm sitting here coming up with conspiracies. So what people don't tell you is that industry producers don't always just come up with stuff from scratch. They either have people from a whole different country send them loops and they build upon that, or they'll sample a song, build a song around the sample, and then take out the sample. They did that for a lot of stuff that I know was pitched to Cardi B, for example, because these artists want very specific styles. Like they want to flip some old record for some reason, and to keep their ownership, producers will build around a record to get the feel, and then they'll take out that sample. So this is a common practice. It's a little bit easier to do in Ableton though. What the freak is going on with FL here? Hold up, y'all. Stuff's popping up, doing random stuff. Now that's not the exact chop I want, so let me see something. I want it to be Let's go back to Serato. Let's stop being lazy for a second. What up, Q Mega? So this first chop needs to be here. Okay, I didn't realize we had that chop. So that is, if you want the notes, click on these settings or options here. It tells you the note. D3 in FL Studio. Let's knock this down to D3. Do you answer questions on your Insta DMs? I don't, because they get clogged up way too fast. You can ask something here, or just send it to my email. It's info@busyworksbeats.com. Rarely do I go through DMs on any app, because it's just too many people trying to hit me up, and then some people have legit questions, other people don't, and they waste my time, and it's just a waste of time. Advice for beginners: get more sounds. You need way more sounds than you think. Download as many drum kits you can from Reddit. Just type in Reddit, then type in the genre, and then type in drum kit, and find all the drums that inspire you. You need to get all the drums, because on this PC I had to basically start from scratch. And one thing I didn't have was my drums on this computer, and it was so hard to make beats because my drums weren't right. So you got to get the right drums first. Then you could work on plugins and all that. But samples can cover a lot of that if you guys don't have a bunch of plugins. How many counter melodies are too many? I give my opinion. Where do you get that AI sample kit? I made it from Udio. I highly recommend it. Again, I don't care about the ethics of them training on company stuff that wasn't cleared. I don't care. It sounds fire. Lunch 77 is pretty good starter drum kit. Yeah, Lunch 77 is pretty dope. But you know, so just, you got to get a quality starting point. Okay, so now we have this. Let's build around it. Let's open up this plugin called Current. I really like this plugin. It has a lot of stuff in it. So Drew from Ado Sounds put me onto this today. Told me to check it out. It's called Current from Minimal Audio. I slept on this heavy. It's like Serum plus this other plugin called Falcon combined in one plugin. That's how I see it. It has wavetables. It has a granular synthesizer. It has a sampler in here. I guess Pigments would be what you guys know of. Yeah, Pigments. It's also like that too. Jeff O is here. I prefer Suno. Suno to me has a very noisy vocal. I can still hear the noise in the sample. I got the Stardust drum kit for making rage type beats. Who's Stardust? I don't know who that is. What ended up happening with that fight in the Discord yesterday? Oh, I banned what's his name? I forgot the name. Like I banned the dude with like three words to his name. I forgot. Again, if I'm not there in the voice chat for the Discord, there's no way I know what's happening. You know, I'm not sitting in Discord listening to everybody talk. It's like Xbox, you know, the good days of Xbox were when kids would scream the N-word the entire time we're playing Call of Duty. Like sometimes you just got to go through that stuff. That's what makes the game fun, is that I would freestyle on Xbox Live in people's ear. I know they got pissed at me and muted me, but it's just, that's what made it fun. Is like people could say whatever. I mean, not that if they get annoying though, then yeah, they got to go. Jeff, oh, hey, busy. Any word on Dame Taylor? He has been literally ghost for months. No stream, post, nothing. It's because he got sat down. He was being disrespectful. He went way beyond the line. He started messing with somebody's wife. Like, you don't do that. You just don't do that. And then that's what the universe sat his behind down. So he got demonetized. And I don't know if he got a strike on his channel or what, but when you get a strike, you can't go live on YouTube. I do know he got demonetized. I don't know if he got a strike though. But yeah, he was just doing too much. That's what happens to bullies. They get sat down. You can't bully people. Like, I don't know what he was thinking. But again, I have to have empathy because everybody has a different mental state. I don't know about, you know. But yeah, that's what happened to Dame Taylor. Do you have Vital? Do I have it on here? Nope. I don't have Vital on here. I need to download that. But that's another plugin he told me to download was Vital. Vital and Current from Minimal Audio. Vital lags super bad in FL for me. Serum runs fine. Huh. I didn't know that. The you want that guy? The you want that? You want that? What's that mean? Yeah, but long story short, there's a bully online named Dame Taylor. He called himself calling everybody out and calling cap and trying to protect you guys from the false charlatans. And meanwhile, he decided to go against some random dude who was putting up videos against him and started interfering with the dude's marriage or something. I'm like, what are you doing? Just stay in your lane, dude. One of the guys in the VC. Oh. Yeah, it was something you want that. Yeah, you're right. That's his name. Do you use Pro Tools? I have it on this computer, but I like Pro Tools. I'm not going to say I don't like it. If one day I record vocals, I'm definitely going to mix it in Pro Tools. It just feels like you're making a song in Pro Tools, whereas FL, I'm building the beat, but Pro Tools makes me feel like I'm finishing a mix. But I like to mix in FL as well. All right, so let's start making a melody. So firstly, I want to find the bass line. Now, Serato also helps us here. It tells us the key that it thinks it's in, so A flat minor. So now I know when I'm drawing my MIDI in, I'll start at A flat. Okay, and we'll see if I need to tune the current, tune the plugin up or down. So right now, I think it's in tune. It's hard to hear. Let's hit control up. So it's in tune. Dun, dun, dun. So, dun, dun, dun. That's what I did a lot. I was just until I hit the note. I know my mom got sick of me for doing that when I used to live with my mom back then. I would like whistle the note until I hit the note. He always said he wanted to help producers, but he would bully. What kind of teacher bully students? It's something called I forget the exact psychological term for it. Darn, I just saw a video talking about it, but it's some form of manipulation, and I forget exactly the form. Some people will call it narcissism, whatever they call it. There's a word for it, but it's basically a manipulation where, dang, I forgot. It's a manipulation. I can see right through it, but I'm not here to critique the dude, but I'm not afraid of him. Like, he thinks I'm afraid of him like other people are afraid of him. When they get on there, like, oh, hey, sir, Mr. Dame Taylor, hi. Thank you for having me here. And he's just like taking advantage of them because they're so shook up. I'm not shook up about a dude yelling at other YouTubers because he won't make content on YouTube. I'm like, play the game or shut up. Like, I'm tired of people complaining about it. Like, if you're not going to be in the game, shut up. That goes for anybody on YouTube critiquing other content creators. It's like they're not even content creators. They don't even make content, and they're talking about how they want content creators to be better, and they don't make content. They just talk about content creators. Like, that's the most. Anyhow, neither here nor there. Why'd you dissociate with Curtis King? I thought you guys were friends. Basically, Curtis King. I just talked about this today on the phone. Actually, I'll give you the short answer. I'll give you like a short timeline, and I'm leaving out specific details because I had to sit down and think about it. Basically, Curtis King wasn't in the music production content space at all. He wasn't. I found his videos talking to artists, and I thought they were cool. I thought they were entertaining. And then he would do some kind of talking, like talking head videos. And I was like, okay, this would be cool for our music producer community. So I recruited Curtis King onto the channel, and I said, hey, can you make, I think, because I was making like 100 videos a month. Plus, and I asked these guys, I said, to keep this momentum up, can you do 50 videos a month? I'll pay you even so that you don't feel like I'm robbing you. I'll pay you $300 out of my own pocket. And just to give you guys an equivalent, $300 is equivalent to 300,000 views on YouTube back then. So I'm saying basically out of your 50 videos, I'm assuming, I'm basically overpaying people to make content for the channel because none of those videos got over 300,000 views. None. Okay, so what I'm saying is I overly paid these dudes, and Curtis King was one of a couple other folks. It was Mr. Different, Alex Rome, Curtis King, and a couple other folks. So we were all built into this vision because I'm like, okay, I built this pathway. Let me help other people too. So I brought him on. He was making content, talking head video. At first, it wasn't talking head, I don't think. I think he was doing stuff on the computer. And I was like, I believe in you, man. Just keep going. Even though the views were low, like my videos would have 2,000 views, his would have 300. I was like, don't worry about the views or the comments. Just keep going. I could see what you got. Right. So that was the whole like relationship between me and him, was like trying to pull him into this side of things. So over time, and there was a series he did called VST Love Connection, where he did videos on the screen, like with the tutorial stuff. And he had the pirated version of FL in the top left. And I was like, oh man, I can't use these because all these have the pirated version of in the top left. And I still paid him for another set of 50 videos. I still paid him an additional $300 for another set of 50 when I didn't have to at all. And not saying I'm like a saint for doing that. But my point is, like, I was really trying to pull him up is my point. Like thinking that he was going to be the next whatever. So he makes content on the channel. We start a podcast, and then, he mentioned something, and he puts this in his book, and then he told me I told private information. Meanwhile, he's telling everybody online and in his book that he was going through rough times. I'm not saying anything that wasn't private. I'm not saying anything that was private. He publicly said he was going through rough times, and I said, you know what, instead of suffering on YouTube like most people do, I'm going to give you the revenue that I naturally would get from my courses. And I will let you have this specific position because I had to redo a course. I forget what I was doing. I was like going from WooCommerce to Shopify. So I said, instead of me putting up this course called Beat Magic that I had at the time, I said, I'll let you do a course, and I'll even pay you $2,000 up front for the course so that you can do what you got to do and you don't have to feel stress. Now, 2,000 compared to 300. Come on, that's 7 times. Okay. And I was like, okay, so, I let him have that revenue for a good year or something. I forgot. And that was me giving up an entire revenue source to help another man, mind you. Okay. So we do the podcast. It was a joint podcast called the Music Producer Conversations, MPC. It was shaped like ESPN, but it said MPC. It was clever. Music Producer Conversations. Because people were doing podcasts back then. I think MG The Future and Craftmaster Productions were doing a podcast called Spicy Sundays, which was really entertaining. They had the best podcast. We were doing like more of a independent marketing type podcast. So we did the podcast, and as I'm waiting for this course to be done, the $2,000 advanced course that I gave him in advance, like just out of my own hard-earned money. Like gave somebody $2,000, and I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to press the dude, but I waited about 3 months, and then 3 months later, we have another podcast episode, and then he's like, "Hey everybody, I just want to surprise you guys with," and it was all around the Mamba mentality thing too, because Nipsey had passed at that time, and he was like, Nipsey passed, and I was thinking, and I'm paraphrasing, and I was thinking, I want to create my own university, CurtisKingUniversity.com. Yeah, guys, you can come on to CurtisKingUniversity.com, and I'm sitting there like, is this man serious? Because I had a whole course, like, platform. I was like building up a school for music producers already. So this dude went behind my back, didn't tell me he was creating his own clone of what I had going on. Didn't tell me that he was going to put the course that I paid $2,000 in advance on his website, which is going to ruin the whole point of me having the course exclusively on my website, because now you're just putting it on your website. So what exclusivity am I getting? It's like, why did I even pay you $2,000? I could have, like, no refund, no nothing. I just looked at him in the back of my head. I'm like, wow, I cannot trust this man after this. And he did it to himself. That has nothing to do with feelings or anything. He chose to do that by himself because he thought that he could compete. And what I've noticed that Curtis King does is he'll get right next to somebody he wants to be like. He's done this with Dorian Group 82. He did it with me. He did it with his record label. He's doing it with, the streaming folks. He'll get right next to whoever he's trying to get with, like, meaning like the business model. He'll absorb all the information and all the back end stuff, and then he'll declare independence from it. He did it with his record label. He did it with BusyWorks Beats. He did it to, in my opinion, Dorian from Group 82. He stole the whole man's business model. It's just like, I told you guys the game. And then he goes online after we have a beat battle in April 2022, I think it was, where I promoted, I put my money behind it. I even told him, I said, hey, I'm going to promote this like a fight, like a boxer fight. And I put tons of money behind it to get people there. So this was the era of like Versus when it first came out during the pandemic. Everybody was home and everybody was like doing battles. So I was like, okay, let me do a battle with him and let's do a beat battle. I thought it was fun because he did one with this dude, Willy Wonka, and they were cracking jokes and it was funny and it was fun. So I was like, okay, I got to be funny. I got to be fun. And I went to the battle and I was being like, a goofy type person in the battle just to entertain folks. Like it was a wrestling match or something. And we were going back and forth with memes. It wasn't just me putting out memes. It was Curtis King putting out memes too. But in his little victim story, he's like, BusyWorks Beats put out memes about me and I didn't know that was how he truly felt. And then he told his audience, because he didn't like the way that I performed on the beat battle, because the audio was bad and nobody told me to get a one of those interfaces that go to your phone. I just played it straight off my speakers. So he, after the battle, he tries to not take blame for being a part of the battle. And he apologizes to his audience. And he's like, sorry, y'all, for even wasting your time, even though I paid tons of money to get people there and did a ton of marketing. And he's like, sorry, y'all, for, oh man, that was a clown show. Sorry, guys, for even, and then he just kept apologizing to his audience. And I'm like, why are you apologizing? It was a beat battle and it ended. It was like an hour. So anyhow, and he tricked me during the beat battle, by the way, for those who want to know. He told me 8 beats. And meanwhile, this dude had 20 beats ready to go. And then during the live stream, during the beat battle, he's like, we should keep going. And I'm like, in my head, I'm going, you said 8 beats. And I have video proof of all this, by the way. So he tried to delete the DM. I already recorded the DM, dummy. So anytime Curtis King tries to lie on my name, I just get so pissed because he created a rumor about my reputation that is not true. He probably turned off business people behind the scenes. He probably turned off fans behind the scenes because he's just lying to cover his ass, basically. So anyhow, I have all the evidence, all the proof. This is not slander. This is absolute truth. And I have all the evidence. It's already in the books. So long story short, 2020 happened. And after the beat battle, when he, why am I like in a small camera? I should do this full screen, right? I sat there and told y'all a story on small cam. That's insane. And it's not that I'm like still harboring resentment. It's just the dude still throws shots and does weird stuff. So what was I doing? Okay, so after the beat battle in 2020, he decides to go live, he decides to record a podcast. Now he called me after the battle and told me how he was disgruntled about the battle. I said, okay, cool. We squashed it. I thought we squashed it and we ended the call. Then I find out he does 2 podcast episodes, spreading my, like, dragging my name through the mud. And I'm like, are you, like, I just talked to this man on the phone. I thought we cleared it up. And then he's like, I forget what happened. You know, it was a back and forth of us both going live on podcasts. So I don't remember who did what after that point, but I remember I went live to address all of his lies. I literally had 24 pages of notes just on all the things he would just lie about. It was so annoying. But anyhow, that's why I said I hate liars with a passion. Like, that is my number one passion in life. I hate liars. I'm the most honest, straightforward person. So when I encounter the opposite of that, it pisses me off because I'm like, why do y'all fake so much? I don't understand. Like, get from around me. Liars are the most detrimental people you could ever be around. Anyhow, so after the battle, I think I'm missing part of the story, but forgive me, y'all. I'm going off a rough memory here. And I have all this documented. Multiple things documented. So 2020 happens. We kind of butt heads in the battle. He goes on his little podcast rant. I didn't say anything for a whole year outside of the live stream I did, which I privated shortly after. I privated it because I said my intent wasn't to hurt a man. I thought we were joking around with the beat battle, promoting it like a boxer fight. Like I'm, you know, what's the word? Cajoling him or whatever, like prodding him. And I thought it was like a jokingly going back and forth. And so after that, he decides to do this podcast about me and slander my name basically for a year and some change. And I didn't say anything. I just sat back and I listened to him get off his little energy because I thought he was emotional behind it. So I was like, okay, I'm not emotional behind it. Sorry to hurt you, but that wasn't, I thought we were both doing this beat battle thing. So anyhow, he had melodies, right? This live stream is how to make melodies. We're talking about something completely different. So anyhow, moving forward in this storyline, you know, he still harbors resentment or whatever. I forget what happened. Something sparked it up. I want to say Weaver Beats or something. I don't remember what happened, but something happened in like 2022, 2023, where he tried to call me on a live stream or something. And I picked up, or I called him and returned the call or whatever, and hopped on his live stream. And he's just sitting there like screaming about stuff. Now he was going through a lot in life, so I'm not here to like judge a man, but you know, he was very emotional, and I was just there to be like, I'm not here to attack you. Even though he spread so much false information during that live stream, I wasn't there to correct him because he was just in an emotional state. So I'm like, I'm not here to prod you on and like make you get angry. That's not what I'm here for. Now, during the phone call, I had to play a character because I can't say everything I truly want to say on his live stream. He could easily hang up. He could easily mute my mic, which he did. He could easily, you know, just create a narrative. So it's tricky when I'm on somebody else's platform, like a Dame Taylor or Curtis King. I can't truly say everything I truly want to say because they have the power to just mute the mic, kick me off the stage because they're not emotionally like mature enough to just take criticism and take accountability. So I tried to give the full story as best as I could through a certain lens. Now, there was a lot of information I didn't bring up because, again, I wasn't there to attack him. Even though he was completely wrong, false about a lot of stuff, I didn't clear it up. I should have, but I didn't clear it up. So it just looked like I was creating a villain character during that whole live stream. It was funny to me, actually. I was listening back and I was like, I remember saying something just to purposely piss him off because the amount of lies he said was so annoying that I was like, you know what? I'm just going to piss you off right now. And I said something on the phone. I forgot what I said. And he reacted just like I thought he would. But so anyway, at the end of that live stream, he was like, and this is what you guys didn't hear on the phone call for those who heard the phone call between me and Curtis King on the records. I think somebody has it online, probably on YouTube. If you guys look it up, Curtis King Busyworks Beats phone call or something like that. Now at the very end of this phone call, it goes mute. And what we said on mute, he started bringing up like, he said something about like, he was trying to attack my character. Like, you know, you would, because he kept saying that I was trying to hurt his family because I was talking about his lies. I'm like, first of all, let's flip it. Aren't you attacking my family every time you try to bring down my reputation? But he never took accountability for that. He just said, you're attacking my family. I said, what family have I ever brought up? I never talked about your wife, your child, anybody in your family ever, because that's completely off limits in my opinion. Never did I ever talk about his family, ever. Not one time, in a negative way. And so he came up with this whole, you know, he's like, don't talk. He's like, what did he say? He said, this is a family business and you're affecting the family business. I'm like, I can say that about my business. You're affecting my family business when you sit here and lie for years on end about Busy Works Beats. So he didn't really, you know, his egoistic mind couldn't wrap his mind around that. So he didn't really see his flaw in thinking right there. And then the phone call went to say, you know, he's like, I didn't talk about you and your ex when you got a proposal denied or something like this, which is a public story. I think I even wrote it in my book. It's not even like a secret. It's on YouTube. It's on my YouTube page. I tell a story where I got a proposal denied. And I said at that time when I was young, yeah, it hurt. Now I'm looking back and laughing at it. Like, of course I would get denied the way I did it, the way it all happened. I look back in 2020 hindsight, of course. Like everybody was telling me like, today ain't the day, dog. And I didn't listen to nobody. Now you live and you learn, you get burned and you keep moving. But he was like trying to use it as a way to like get at my emotions. I'm like, Curtis King, that doesn't even, I've told everybody about that already. And so I was like, I didn't talk about your proposal that's on YouTube where you're bending your knee on a whole stage. There's a video of Curtis King, and I'm not here to embarrass him, but I'm just saying, he's literally proposing to some girl on this like this hip hop tour stage or whatever. I think it's on some random YouTube page. And it's, you know, I was like, I didn't bring that up. So what are you bringing this up for? And then he's like something, he said something about family. And I was like, Curtis King, because another sneaky little thing Curtis King did, I used to date somebody in the music producer community who did vocal tags. You guys know the person. And this weird, petty dude, Curtis King, decides to, after he dropped it, right? He went to this person and purchased the tag just to play it during his live streams. Now, to me, I'm like, why do you keep stepping over that line of family? Like, why do you keep doing stuff beyond business? Why does this keep trying to get at everybody else around Busy Works Beats? Because that's, to me, that's off limits when it comes to all warfare. You don't touch innocent people, innocent kids, innocent whoever. So I was like, Curtis King, you're just asking to get smacked. Like, you're asking, not physically smacked, but like business smacked into the ground. Like, you're asking for your business to collapse. And shortly after it did, Curtis King's business is neither here nor there. We don't talk about his music production training, his courses, his anything, because he pressed the button and he kept pressing the button. And I told him to not press the button. And now they see, Dame Taylor sees it, Curtis King sees it. And I never told anybody this. Actually, yeah, I'll tell you. I said this on on the phone too. You guys can hear it because Curtis King was getting big. He's like, I'll file a lawsuit. I'll file a lawsuit. I was like, Curtis King, you talking big, huh? I don't know if that was on the live stream that you guys saw or what, because he tried to say I was slandering him. I'm like, boy, I have so much evidence on you for damages. Like, and he started the entire chain of events too. So I was like, Curtis King, you understand I could have sued you into the ground when you first started all of this. Like, you understand that I had advice to sue Curtis King and I chose not to because I'm like, it's not that serious. Like, but Curtis King, the first thing he does, I'll run to the law, even though he's the guilty one. It's crazy. So to me, it's like, I don't know. I don't understand how people can play a victim so long. Like, where are the facts? He never has facts to back up anything he says. I have absolute facts, pictures, screenshots, DMs, text messages, events, timelines, like everything's accounted for on the internet. So that man cannot run from the truth if it comes to that. But, you know, it was just stuff that he was doing that was just like, what is he doing this for? Like, I didn't understand. So that's where we're standing right now. It's like, I never pieced it up with him, by the way. Oh, I think we said on the phone. Oh, here's another thing. We were on the phone. You guys didn't hear the phone conversation from 2022 or 2023. I forget the exact year. And he hung up, or excuse me, before we hung up the phone, he muted the mic so you guys can hear this on the live stream. But we talked about all the family stuff that I just told you guys about. And then I said, we pieced it up at the very, very end. I was like, you know what? We're just trying to defend our families. Like that's what we're doing. We're just both defending our families. We get vicious with it. And then we were like, you know what? We are defending our families. And we just pieced it up. And we made a deal. He said he would never post again about me. And I said, I told him to take down the videos about me, something like that. And then I said I wouldn't post about him. Now this fool took down the videos temporarily. Okay. And then later, like a couple months or like a half a year later, he decides to slander my name again. And then he releases the videos again that we agreed to take the videos down. So I'm like, now you're a liar. I already publicly squashed it with you. You muted the mic, so now it looks like I'm just the bad guy. He lied on the live. Like, it's so many lies that I was just like tired of it. And now I'm like, Curtis King, every misstep, every slanderous comment, every lie that he promotes to the public about going #1 on iTunes and not he finessed the algorithm. This is facts. He acts like he gets his money from music. He doesn't. He gets it from song feedback. He gets it from, what else does he get it from? YouTube, gossiping about other men, called hip hop. And I'm like, this is not music production and not getting your money from music. This is you being a YouTuber, which is fine. Just stop telling people that they too can be the next independent artist if they just follow your pathway. I'm like, you don't even have a pathway. You're like, what are you guiding people to? You have no solutions for them. Like, then he calls like Spotify Opify. I'm like, you remember when you were on Discord, or excuse me, on DistroKid Curtis King as an affiliate, and that's all you would say? Click the link in the description, get your DistroKid account, go ahead and stream to Spotify, iTunes, and Apple. Got $60,000 out of affiliate marketing commissions. Now he's anti-Spotify and anti-iTunes and anti-streaming. It's because he stopped getting paid by DistroKid. He's just too flimsy. He says he quits YouTube, comes back to YouTube. Says he's going to quit the music production courses, then he tries to release his courses again. Like, how do y'all believe him? That's my question to y'all. The dude is just full of hypocrisies and craziness. But yeah, I wanted to speak on that because I never fully like went down the whole chain of events. But yeah, I do have a whole documentary coming soon called Curtis Kahn, the DI Liar. What do you guys think about that title? Curtis Kahn, the DI Liar. Oh, I got pictures, emails, DMs. This man tried to lie on my name. Crazy. And the crazier part was I was like, bro, I lifted you up from nothing. Like, that 5-bedroom house you got was from you guys supporting Curtis King. It's a smack in our face when this dude treats you like crap. Calls music producers bitchs. I'm like, you got your whole house from them. What do you like? Anyway, let me figure out where I left off with these comments. But that's the story. 50-minute story on the history of Curtis King. Do I use Pro Tools? Yes. With headphones? Wait, I think I skipped one. Oh yeah. How did Dame Taylor get demonetized? Because he was basically doing terroristic threats. Anytime you say you're gonna mess with somebody's wife and fly his wife in and all that type of stuff, that's a terroristic threat. I'm pretty sure that's why. And the higher ups heard about him being a bully, they canceled him. Can you show us how to make emotional and dark chords like those chill mix playlist? Remind me, what headphones are you using? These are excuse me, they're not Sennheiser. These are Audeze MM500s. Manny Marroquin, so the Audeze MM500s. These are good. They sent me to them. They sent these to me. They're $1,600, but they also have an affordable, I think $300 or $400 pair called the MM100s. But this company, it makes my Sennheisers feel like a piece of paper. That's how dramatically different they are. Do you know who makes good music producer content? Servita Music. Just saw a banger viral video he made on 10 unique beat drum patterns. Dope. Simon Servita's nice. He's really nice. Oh, while you're accusing him of pulling a Drake? Yes, which is the most thank you, Bobby. That's the most ironic part of his little Drake slander, is that he is the Drake of the story, y'all. That's the funniest part. He is the colonizer. Look at his past history. All I gotta do is look at Curtis King's, what he has actually done. Low key, you should make a G-Funk beat. All right, what's up, Bill? Sorry, y'all, I did take a story time on the one question, but now I got a little Busy Works Beats history. Do you make metal rock beats? I don't, because I had a trial version of this thing called the Gojira amp from Neural DSP, and I think my trial ended, so I stopped making rock. You from India? What's up, Grant? Yo, I've been trying to learn how to make melodies. I've been producing almost 3 years. Sorry, y'all been waiting for 3 years for me to start, huh? Okay, I think we got a big enough crowd. It's time to start. I'm just reading your comments. Maybe I missed something. People weird, bro. True. Yeah, from Wizard Harry. I said that to Nest Acoustic. is it acoustic or audio? Nest Acoustic on Instagram yesterday or today. Do you know what Tory Lanez uses for his vocals? I don't. Like which plugins? Nah, I've never had a session with them. Man, I'm so glad you're doing this. I have mad problems with melodies. I got you guys today. All right, exposing the industry, you're stupid. What's up, Doxither? I was talking about Curtis King specifically. Who's another content creator. He moved out of the music production space, but now he's trying to bring his courses back, which we all knew he was going to do. He's just Capper. Curtis Cap. Call him Curtis Khan, the DI liar. Kurt Cap is what I call him. Jeremiah Plays. Gilbert Arenas. Probably, yeah, I haven't cut my hair in a while, so I probably do look a little. Why was Dame mad at me? Because Dame doesn't want to put in work and make content. He just wants to argue and yell. He just wants to be a leech. They call them vampires. What would you recommend more of? And funny enough, Dame says that I started all this back and forth. He would be in my live streams telling me to stop compressing my snare, throwing off my whole production technique, trying to be like a bully basically in my comments. So that man is not a victim. What would you recommend more of for a dark ambient melody? We'll get into dark melodies. Yeah, it was pretty wild. He said he was gonna Dame Taylor said to this other the dude in the comments, he literally followed the dude's wife on Instagram and then said that he was DMing his wife and that he was gonna fly his wife out. I'm like, what are you like? Do you want to get like the universe does not take kind of that type of stuff. How important are good headphones? I use a lot of my iPhone headphones sometimes. All you really need to get started, a simple pair of these Apple headphones. Don't get nothing fancy. Just if you don't know which headphones to get these first, because I wouldn't buy headphones until I had money for something like these, because the other headphones are literally just, they're not even close to what these headphones can do. But I did have the Sennheiser HD 600s. All right, so I think we're about to get started. I went through the same ish in the tattoo business. I can only imagine if there's a whole show called Inked Chicago or whatever, I'm sure the tattoo business is wild. These are heavy accusations. It ain't an accusation, it's an actualization. I actually made a short video about Dame. Dude would straight lie about making money off producers. Yeah, he would lie and say he would lie so much. It was like to the point where I'm like, why are you lying to people? Because now if your lies get to somebody innocent and they think you're telling the truth, now you're gonna F up stuff. And that's when I was like, Dame, you need to be stopped. Your little campaign of lies. He would say I was doing stuff when like, what are you talking about? Just, I don't know. He is something deeper in his soul. He needs to resolve. I've learned everything I know with you, bro. I'm from Chile and I will become an artist. All right. So without further ado, we have a lot of people here. How do I know good sound selection and what sounds work well? You got to go through more sounds. That's the only answer. You need to literally just sit there and go through every preset on your favorite plugins. So this plugin we're using today is called Current by Minimal Audio. And we're stacking up a sample from Udio, which is an AI sample maker. And right now we're just creating a bass line. So if you guys came in kind of late, I was saying how pro producers, I'm 33. So how pro producers, they might get a request from like a Cardi B, for example. Cardi B might be like, hey guys, I'm inspired by the Isley Brothers. I want you guys to create a track like the Isley Brothers feel, but like modern. So what the producers will do is they'll put the sample from the Isley Brothers in a session like Ableton or FL Studio or whatever. They'll build a beat around the sample to get the vibe, the groove, the swing, the timing and everything. And then they'll take out the sample. And then that's how they get the feel of the sample. I have a lot of equipment. It's too much to really explain right now. It gives a superpower to make everything useless. Where how do I make a beat? I have a course for you. Go to busyworksbeats.com. That's the best place to start. Excuse me. I said earlier, today's probably not for like super beginners, but start there for if you're a beginner. Okay, so here we're just trying to do a bass line. So we're just trying to find the key. It's A flat minor. So now let's give it a vibe, because right now it's like, we could do the West Coast pitch bend type stuff, but right now we're just going to go with an oscillator 1 octave below. And I want to switch this to a sine wave. The only thing I got to get used to is like how to find shapes on here. Let's do saw, triangle, square. Actually, no, I don't want the salt sign. I need sine wave, S-I-N. Here it is, sine saw square. Okay, so if you click on here, you can see the wavetable just like Serum. These are the MM500s. They sent these to me, so I didn't buy these, but they're very good. Like, it makes my Sennheiser sound like a piece of paper. They have some MM100s that are pretty affordable. But the MM500s, yeah, pretty expensive. XOTV, what up? But I literally have, these are so good, I don't turn on my $4,000 speakers. Like, this is how good these headphones are. I haven't touched my speakers unless I'm messing with my son, playing with him in here. I don't really mess with my speakers like that. Is that a low pass filter here? Now, typically what I would do is ew, something like that. Now, here's, okay, so let's say you don't have a MIDI controller and you want to create pitch dives like they do. So what we're going to do is, if I land on a black note, we're going to use only black notes. If I land on a white note, we're going to use only the white notes. Because in real life, you're not playing the black notes and the white notes as you're sliding down the keyboard. Here we're landing on a black note. So I'm only going to add black notes. We can go up to 2 octaves. Let's try it with 1 octave. And what we need to do inside the plugin is turn on what's called monophonic mode in the bottom right here. We're going to turn on what's called legato. And then we can turn on this thing called portamento, which is a pitch bending sound. So if I turn this up further, it will have like a slow bend. Okay, so if I turn the glide down more, it'll have a faster bend. And so when you have a lot of notes stacked up and you subtly create like a little time difference, it will create a pitch slide. So how do we do it? We hit Alt S and then we just change the strumizer to the reverse strength like this. And then we have to make sure that, so here's what it'll sound like. So it, now it didn't have the right timing, so I want to go like that. So it needs to be a little bit faster. So that was too fast. So it went. So I want to go like that. So I'm going to copy this, and there's a tool in FL. We could flip the notes horizontally. This technique is a little, you gotta be, it's artistic more than it is like a technical thing. So here we're gonna pull these notes in a little bit. So as you guys see, we're sliding up and then we're sliding back down. Sliding up, sliding down. Now the tough part is to get these all to feel like they're actually sliding. I wish there was a visual way we could do this. There might be, let me see. Okay, so if you hit Alt and drag these to the right, we can kind of nudge the notes around. This is not the best way to do it. It's just so much easier to just play this by hand, but I don't have a slot for my MIDI controller. So this is kind of tough, but in real life I would do it, or you know what? I just thought of something. Actually, no, never mind. Let me show you guys one more technique that you probably didn't know you could do with third party. So for more realistic melodies, click in the bottom left, go to where it says channel pitch. This is a little difficult in FL. I wish they would make it easier. But basically, there's nothing here. So the middle line is 0 cents, meaning no pitch change. If we start adding stuff like this, that is pitch change. But what we need to do per note is right click, create like a little gradient, and that will emulate what happens when we pitch slide on an actual keyboard. Now, we also have to change our grid, which is very hard to do. But in the top right, we're going to change our grid. So every time we see this little horizontal line, that symbolizes, I think, a semitone, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna go up and down. I'll let you guys hear what I'm talking about. Now, the hard part is that you also need to reset the values back to 0, or else it will be out of tune. Your instrument will be out of tune. I wish FL would just make this easier, but they haven't yet. So until they do that, this is like the hardest thing to do. That's why it's easier to get a MIDI controller. It's because it goes like that. So that's how you can pitch bend third-party plugins. If you guys don't have a MIDI controller, it is much easier. What I'll do here is I'll unplug my mouse. Hopefully this doesn't crash my computer. Actually, no, we're not even going to take the risk. We'll do that last, if anything. But I would recommend recording you just moving a pitch wheel manually, because this is not easy to do. Okay, so let's say you want to fix it and like take it back to where it was. Open the plugin, go to the pitch. We're gonna right click, edit events. It should pull up a window like this. We're gonna hit Control A and just delete anything that's there. I hit Control X to get rid of it. So now all the pitch information is reset. Okay, so it doesn't have all that pink stuff. So we'll do that maybe at the end. But real West Coast bass has like pitch movements. It's not just a stable bass. Yeah, this will be on YouTube. Too Wavy John. Replay will be up. I like a DJ Mustard type melody. I don't know that off the top of my head. So let's make a DJ Mustard type bass. Let's create a decay curvature over the filter. I'm gonna move a little bit quicker here because this is like sound design stuff. We're gonna give it a decay curvature. So right now the sound just goes dan, dan, dan. What I'm gonna do is add a filter with the decay curvature. So it goes like pew, pew. Now we have more of that West Coast. Team Dog, what up? Yeah, I saw your DJ Mustard thing, but I don't know those songs, so it's hard to know what you're talking about. What was your on stock plugins? You're not gonna. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. You can't get every sound with stock plugins. You can't. There's no way to craft it. There's no way to just. If you stop trying and just accept that stock plugins are not going to give you that sound, you'll be more happy with yourself. Stock plugins are barely going to get you an industry sound outside of like some presets. What up, Praven? Stock sounds are just not going to cut it. Just being honest with you. Up the architect. So we're building around a sample right now, and then we'll take out the sample. Let's make this unique. And then we might add like some kind of DJ Mustard pluck sound. Okay, so now we need in Serato, specifically Serato sample. We can take out the drums and the bass. So I'm going to do that for the sample, just so that it doesn't clash with our bass. I would leave it in only if it fills out a lot of space. Pravind, what up? Or Pravind? You want it lower? Yeah, it definitely is an SWV vibe. Now we need to add like top line. So I'm gonna show you guys this current plugin because I was shocked when I heard the sounds out of here. Now I'm gonna use presets to save time. We're gonna go to the Stream tab, which basically you could download presets. And let's go to scroll down. I think it's called, oops, wrong one. I think it's called Factory Plucks. All we have to do is hit load. I think you guys can get this with the FL Cloud subscription too. So here's a pluck sound. And let's see what else we got. So this is that EDM type. So I'm going to cut out the baby thing at the end, and then we'll add some sound effects to that vocal. So to see how much room that sample took up. So now we have a lot more room. But the bad part is we lost a lot of the vibe. So let's add a little delay and some reverb maybe. I'm just gonna use stock stuff right now. So it's just a delay, ping pong delay, and a little reverb. So now we need some club drums, and then we'll add any kind of top line pluck. Do I have a DJ Mustard kit on here? I don't think I do. So I don't have all my drums on this computer, but let's see what we can come up with. I think I have one called, is it Lunch 77? No, where's my JP Bangs kit? Here it is. So JP Bangs is a West Coast producer, if you guys didn't know. He just came out with a kit called Stop Playing Drum Kit. So let's use his stuff here. reset this. Let's normalize that. Only thing about normalize, you can't crank it with the pre-computed effects. Yeah, I'm gonna have to crank that. So anyhow, we're gonna go to the pre-computed effects, turn up that amount. You just switch from FL12. 12 is the GOAT. Well, FL12 kind of is the foundation for all the next updates. After 12, everything's pretty much the same with like very subtle changes. So 12, in my opinion, is what we're on right now, which is FL Studio 24. Let's get these drums right and then we'll... Let's use this kick here. I'm kind of being quick about sound selection here because I don't have time. But somebody asked earlier, how do you pick sounds? You literally have to listen to way more sounds. You have to listen to, go through all your preset, go through all of your preset. Wait, I said that backwards. Go through all of your plugin presets and just listen to a bunch of sounds. Because if you don't know what a violin sounds like, you don't know to pick a violin. So you have to hear what a violin sounds like first and hear what, you know, pluck sounds like through compression. And you have to audibly hear all this so that you can put it in your brain's dictionary. You can't pick sounds that you don't even know exist. Use this kick actually. I need a kick I can push a little bit. That one was kind of squared out. It's hard to push that one. So we're gonna do boom, boom, boom. Once we have the drums, then we can do top line. I like to lock in rhythm first. And then do the top line. I don't have enough storage. Yeah, get an external when you can. I know it's easier to say it than do it, but so I want to go boom, boom, boom. Good. Get the hi-hats in. Thank you, Roger. Trying to get a rhythm going. Not even gonna do the auto thing. Now, DJ Mustard is more than just all the way through. Okay, so you could do like. So what I love about FL24 is we can do note repeat hi-hat rolls right in the channel rack. So so I want to go like that. So we're gonna go to the top right where it says graph editor, go to where it says note repeat, and now in FL24 we can do hi-hat rolls right in the. This is so convenient. So bump. So, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I know. I'm probably overproducing if I do too much to this. Hold on one second. Shout out to my fiance, hey, looking like better than Beyonce, hey. My bad, I had to coordinate with my fiance there. So I'm a little rusty with the drums here, but I'm trying to move. I'm just trying to get to the next step, which is the pluck. So one thing that people don't realize is the sample is just going la 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 la, and what's happening is there's no bounce to it. So what we're gonna do is print this to audio. We're gonna right click, consolidate the what do you call it? The sample to audio. Check, check, check. I forgot y'all can't hear me when my mic's off or on FL. That is great. The new generation of FL truly makes music creation more convenient. Yeah, they copied off of Logic Pro. Logic Pro beat them to that specific feature. That's what I always loved about Logic Pro. Love you. Shout out to my beautiful fiance. Give me a heart day in the chat. I need y'all to show my fiance some love. Now this takes some time because I'm on PC, so I gotta look up the emojis here. Can't do this from my phone like I usually do. Heart. So if y'all love me and you love my fiance, well, if you love our family, put it that way, give me a heart, day. We're gonna show my fiance some love. I'll send it to her. All right, so as we printed the audio, we're gonna double click. We're gonna right click and open in Fruity Slicer. We're gonna slice by the beat. This is a Wonder Girl technique, by the way. We're gonna pull up the attack time. And what we're doing here is we're chopping up the sample, almost like J Dilla, so that we can create our own groove over top of the groove of the sample. So this is more advanced. Basically, if a sample just goes la da da, la da da da, you know, the rhythm is going to be dictated by the sample. But if we chop it up, it'll be like la la da 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 da, and we can like make it sound like our drums are dictating the sample, whereas it wasn't like that before. I don't know the proper English to finish that sentence, but so now it's like la la da 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 da, like that. So I like to slice in either a beat or half beat. Thank you, y'all. I'm gonna send her a picture. Love from Pakistan. Shout out to our Pakistan, my Pakistan brother. I'm gonna send this to her, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Oh wait, we got a cool one with the smiley face. Let me retake it. There we go. A little blurry, but oh, I hit the retake button by accident. Freak. There we go. So let me make this beat not boring. Right now it's a little slow, so we need it. Here's a tip. Sometimes you guys don't need hi-hats. Thank you, Apple from Pakistan. Shout out to Pakistan. Hopefully you guys have peace over there. Speedy's so dope. One of my chemistry teachers was from, I think, Iran. Yeah, Iran, because I remember it was close to Iraq, and this was back in 2008. So our country was like kind of scared of that country. But yeah, shout out to she was a really good teacher too. I forgot her name, but she was nice. How do I update without switching from FL Studio 20? How do you update without switching to? I don't think you can. Update what? Your FL? Actually, what am I saying? If you download FL Studio 24, it doesn't mess with FL Studio 20 because it installs as a whole new program. So it won't override your FL Studio 20. But if you do like internal updates, like if you have FL 24.1 and then you update to FL Studio 24.3, it will reset all your settings for some reason. So that's the only sucky part about updating per version. Well, that's weird. Per version. Updating per release. But if you update from 2 different ones, you won't override anything. It installs as a whole new app. So hopefully you are getting this like chopped explanation. I know my English wasn't the greatest on that. We're basically letting the drums dictate the groove here. So also tempo is an instrument. So this beat is a little slow. Let's turn the tempo up to a danceable BPM. We want to think hundreds in the hundreds. And now we're like naturally dancing to the beat because it's at a BPM that we actually dance to. The sample's from Udio. It's a free AI sample maker. It's impeccable. I know it has bad press right now, but the company figured out magic and it's magical. Yeah, I agree. Some stuff is just not worth the update, especially like if you don't know computers like myself. I don't know how to roll stuff back and like take out the registry files and all that. 666 trap slime. Bro said, yeah, for okay, so now that we have the sample, I'm going to mute the audio just for a second, just to see what we have so far. Now here's a trick too. For your bass, let's delay the bass off the grid just a little bit. We're going to go to the wrench tool, go to time shift and turn that up just a little bit. So we're delaying the bass behind the kick, so it goes kick, bass. The reason we're doing that is because the difference between the kick and the bass, it goes kick, fade, and then bass. So it's almost like compression or like a sidechain compressor built into the sound itself. It goes kick, volume goes down, then bass. So it's like a pseudo compression just from delaying that bass a little bit. Just just uninstall your current FL version and no, I wouldn't uninstall anything. I would keep, you know, they install separately. Could an output plugin make it bounce too? I don't use output, so I don't know what to tell you on that one. How do you feel about Serum for beginner producers? I'm liking this plugin called Current, but Serum is also very, very good for sound designers. If you guys want to learn sound design, you could basically, once you master Serum, you can go to your analog synths. You could go to really any synthesizer for the most part and learn and know how to use it just from learning Serum. So Serum is very powerful for learning, I would say, sound design and stuff. How to make Talha Anjum type beat. I don't know them, unfortunately. How do I make my melodies more angelic? Make them ethereal. We'll get into that in a second. I'm gonna show you. Just remind me. Greetings from Czech Republic. Shout out to the Czech Republic. What up? Night. So I explained to you guys the subtleties of production. We just talked about timing, for example, and why that's super important. Now let's add like a pluck. Let's see which pluck kind of vibes with this bass. Well, that was kind of dope. That's dirty. 2, 3, 4. If the bass didn't go up. Now I kind of want to hear it. Dun, dun, dun. Let me hear what the sample sounds like, though. I don't want to clash with the sample. Hold up. Dang. I like this. We might be able to flip the sample. Hold up. See, a good sound could deter our intent. So I don't want to deter the intent of the song. We just got to figure out a sound that fits better. Peace out, Neo. I know I'm taking forever to get the melody, but that's what I get for talking too much. These sounds are not fitting. Make something a little more airy. There she is. She done stepped into the virtual building. Shout out to my beautiful fiance, Day Day DeVille. You guys know where at. Somebody's matching you with the hearts. Speedy got you with the hearts up there. I don't know how to pull up my emojis. I'm on PC, so emojis are a little bit different on here. Whereas on my Mac, it's like a button I press. Hold up. There she is, y'all. Day Day appeared because y'all manifested her. You manifested angelic vibes. Let me see here. I think we're done with this sample specifically. So let me kind of move into the club type sound. More of the R&B, DJ Mustard type sound. I also need one more sound, which is a stomp sound. This sound here. I love you too. I love you. Does she make beats? Yeah, she makes beats. She does vocals, does songs. I like her bass. Her bass selection is top tier. Top tier bass. That's her thing. Let me get these percussions here real quick. Trying to think, what would DJ Mustard kind of vibe would he go for? I feel like he would go for. Let me see what kind of bass. Maybe boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let's do something like that. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and. Yeah, she did a record called 100 Tabs, and I mixed it. 100 tabs open up my mind, can't close them out. Stuck in my brain forever now. So look up her song 100 Tabs. She has a SoundCloud and all that. She puts out way more songs than me, that's for sure. I got a whole vocal booth right here that I don't use. I don't know why, but I really need to focus and lock in and make something. Hold up. What pattern is this? 7. All right, we're gonna move that stomp off of pattern 7. So we're just gonna follow like that. Really simple. Really simple. Just following that bass. I'm thinking of the bass as an extension of the kick. Almost like kick bass equals 808. Did you make the la 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 sample? It was using Udio. Yeah, I made that on AI. Well, I didn't make it. The AI made it. Piece from Denver. Wondering if you've ever done a Black Milk type beat. I don't know Black Milk. I've heard the name, but I've never studied his style. This might be a lot easier with the MIDI controller, but not a lot. I was telling stories for the first half of the stream, so really we didn't get started yet. We're just getting started now. We have 60 people here, and we're just now getting started, and we're what, an hour and change in? So I just talk too much. That's probably what happens. Okay, anyhow, let's go back. I need to add my sounds in here. Hold up. Is that just a little laser? So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. All right, so now we're gonna build music on top of this. Let's make this bass a little more gangster with more resonance. Let's open up the. Also, I forgot we have a sine wave, so let's lower that down an octave. Let's turn it up a little bit, maybe. Oh, that is clipping the clipper. Never mind. Let's pull this lower. So it's all about the resonance. I'm just messing with the amount. Some parts of sound design is sound, or some parts of sound selection is sound design. So I'm trying to show you guys little things about sound design. Korg, Triton, BST worth getting. I wouldn't go out of my way to get it. Nah, I would get Rolling Cloud if anything. That has a lot of value for what you get. I wouldn't just go out of my way and say the Triton is it's very sparsely do I use that. Do you think learning how to chop samples would help me in my production career? I mean, chopping is 1/10 of sampling. Sampling is really high level. People think it's easy, but you have to know a lot about like audio production to really, to really get into sampling. I mean, like on the higher level, I'm saying. All right, so let's start getting these. So I'm gonna record the hi-hat by hand. Let's do this. 2, 3, 4. Every day. Wait, no, every day. Every day. It's a mile. Wait. All right, so we can repeat that. Now on the hi-hats, the new FL Studio, if you go to your piano roll in the bottom left, you could also go to where it says note repeat, and you can glitch out individual hi-hats without doing a bunch of hi-hat rolls, without doing a bunch of shortcuts. You could just left click this and it makes a hi-hat roll. So like every day and in LA about where I stay not in about a bay here where I stay every day in LA where I stay got a rocking on every day in LA. So I'm adding clippers, so actually I might do this through, let's not do it through that. Let's do Fruity Wave Shaper. If you guys want a little more punch as you're producing, just crank up this curve, go to mix level about 50%, oversample at 4x, and preamp somewhere around here. We're gonna add a free soft clipper after the wave shaper. Soft clipping is threshold to the left, hard clipping threshold to the right. Hard clipping is more open, soft clipping is more like compressed sounding. So let's do soft clipping for now. In LA, every day in LA. I feel like that bass isn't gangster enough. We need it to be a little grittier. So let's switch the sine wave to a square wave. Remember, we're doing a square wave 2 octaves lower. Oh, that's too ghetto. Let's do 1 octave lower. Nah, it's a little too gritty. Let's try this. Never mind, let's keep it a sine wave. Let's widen this out to 2 voices. Make it stereo, that way it hits a little bit harder. Let's make this kick hit a little bit harder. Okay, we need a clap. Yeah, the bass is definitely the sound. Let me see what kind of claps I got here. Where's my claps? So then really that's the beat. The thing is, when people say melodies, we don't need to add a bunch of stuff all the time. But let's say, I'm trying to give y'all a framework and not make it complicated. So let's say I have a section of the beat that's like bow, bow, bow. Then I might have a section that's more like it'll be a little bit longer of a bass than just a short bass. So let's arrange this so that the first half is that bow, 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 and then the second half is going to be more of a respace. Here we're going to use the current plugin. I'll show you guys how to make a respace real quick. Sound selection at work. Yes. After the shadow though. I'm missing some context here. Just tweak Detroit. Oh yeah, true. I'm also getting into producing, but should I start mixing and mastering any sample music to understand how things work? I would say as far as learning music, I would do music theory first. Actually, no, let me run that back. I would do your DAW first, music theory, beat making specifically, then mixing, then mastering. Like, I would save that for towards the end. Inside, it could be more gangster, but I'm missing something in that bass. What was I doing here? I lost my train of thought, y'all. Give me a second. Oh, respace. So we're gonna turn the voices up to like at least 4 voices, and we're gonna detune these voices and drop the octave. We're gonna add a low pass filter with resonance, it's called, and then we're gonna use mono legato mode and turn up the glide. That's how we get that reese sound. So on one side we have down, on this side we're going to do longer bass lines. Now this is where we're going to get into more musicality, because with longer bass lines we can really stack. So I like to produce bass in higher octaves that I can hear. Now also, I don't like to write bass too early because it's harder to harmonize once you have the bass locked in. How much music theory? I know the basics and foundation. I mean, enough to write chords and like know how to go out of key on purpose and come back in. I wouldn't say you need to master music theory. It's just, that's the evolution of steps I would take if I were just a beginner starting out. I think music theory can take people way further than they think. Because once you know theory, it's just a matter of picking the right sounds. And you're just using your theory over the right sounds. But people have to learn the DAW because there's certain functions and, you know, every DAW is a little bit different. But that's where it starts, is can you translate into your DAW? Doesn't matter how great of a musician you are if you can't use the DAW. So I want to go. Now let's harmonize these. Now this is going to be a little complicated to teach, but let's assume that the bass line is the root note of some chord. Here we're going to get a little advanced, so I'm just prepping y'all now. Let me swap out this sound here for something a little more lush. So again, here we can go to the stream packs and load up some sounds. So let's go to factory keys. We need something soft. Soft meaning it doesn't have a lot of harmonic content. Something like that. We just do something basic. Okay, and the way you have to think about what I'm about to do is that the bass is one note of a chord. The chords are everything because the melody comes from the chords, pretty much. And everybody wants to skip over chords. And I'm like, I know chords don't fancy everybody, but that is melody. Like, melody is harmony broken apart. So anyhow, I'm going to consider the bass line here part of the actual chord that I'm making. So instead of playing A with this note like this, I'm going to use the bass as the note and then play the next note up an octave. So for example, I'm playing an A minor 7th chord here with the bass at A. We're just going to turn the velocity. It's a little heavy on the I don't know if I like this E piano sound, but anyhow, we have A minor, then we're going to do E minor 7th, and then we're going to move into D minor 7th. We're going to revoice these chords, and then we're going to do some kind of alternate chord. Probably going to do a dominant chord here. Basically, we're going to do a dominant E into, this is called a secondary dominant. I don't have time to explain it, being honest with y'all. We're going to take the 5th, 9th, raise it up a half step. And then we need this E up here. So now on to the revoicing of these chords. For this finishing, I'm going to pull this E up. And then my ear wants to hear. Let my brain make this chord first, and then I'll give y'all some gems here. I don't like this sound, that's bothering me. Okay, so I want a real E piano. I'm trying to think, what could I use though? I don't have Keyscape on here. I think the next closest thing might be Expand, but that doesn't give me the sound I'm looking for. I think that I'll just settle with that sound, but let me turn this down. Midwest, although I think he's gone west. Yeah, it's now we're getting more West R&B type. So I'm going to delay the sound a little off the grid. And here's the gem though, like whatever chord is second to last, we're going to copy it over. And how do I explain this? Let me like slowly go through this. Now in this case, we raise the tonic up a half step. In the bass, I'm going to drop the tonic. I'm going to drop the sharp tonic. Let me show you. The super tonic is what it's called. Let me find that sound. Okay, so I'm going to drop this note down here so that it makes more sense. And what I like to do is I like to take the tonic. So let's say my chord was like this. I would normally voice it to where the 3rd is raised up an octave, so that the tonic and the 5th are the only one in the bass area. So it would look more like this. Something's causing my CPU to go nuts. I think it's this current plugin. I might not use this many instances. So this plugin is very CPU heavy. What up, Harry? Harry has entered the chat. You're a wizard, Harry. So we're going to take the tonic and the 5th, and we're going to flatten these. And if you have a 9th in your chords, flatten that as well. So we're only using 7th chords here. We're going to hit shift down. Now that the bass needs to match, so I forgot we had 2 notes. Okay, so that's how we can finish. Now the bass is like moving too much. We could just have it play that bass line and not do all those notes. So what I just showed you guys is basically how to revoice a minor 7th chord and make it sound different without changing the actual chord type. All we're doing is taking the 5th and the tonic and pulling that down 1. I know that looked way more complicated than what it was, but that's what's happening there. Anyhow. Well, I'll tell you in a second. So the tonic is the root note that we start on most of the time. Now that could sound a lot cooler. It's just the sample is what the sample is. All right, in a song, do we need all instruments in the same scale? Not necessarily, no. In fact, I just showed you guys a way to go out of key on purpose just now. I don't know if y'all were peeping that. How do you think an amateur should get better at chords? Use what are called my chord codes. I have a free chord code chart. You can sign up for free. Just go to busyworksbeats.com/FL Studio. But also go on YouTube and type in BusyWorks Beats chord code video or something like that. And I'll explain what chord codes are. Basically, chord codes, you can build any chord you want. So let's say, literally, you don't even need to know music as long as you can count. So I'm going to do it real quick. I'm going to close my eyes, pick a random note. I just happen to land on F sharp. So let's say I want to make a minor 9th. Okay, I don't need to know scales and keys. I just need to know numbers. So the minor ninth chord code is 0, 3, 7, 10, 14. I'll give you a chord code chart so you don't have to memorize all this. It's at busyworksbeats.com/FL Studio. So it's 0. Wherever you land is considered 0. It's called the point of rest or the tonic. We're going to count up the keyboard to finish out the chord code. So it's 0, 3, 7, 10, 14. So it's 0. And count every other note going up the keyboard. Or every note going up the keyboard. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This always makes the minor ninth chord no matter what. Now you're a jazz genius, and all you did was learn how to count. So the reason that's so powerful, it gets you beyond the reason a lot of people get stuck in music theory, which is the way they explain it. So that's something you could take away. But yeah, if you want the whole thing, type in chord code video BusyWorks Beats. So what about the last note played? Does it change the key? Yes. Technically, we're doing we're going out of key. How do we see the other pattern as gray shades? Go to your top left, go to view, and then go to ghost channels in the piano roll. It's called ghost channels, or hit Alt V, but go to the top left of your piano roll, go to view, go to ghost channels. That's called a ghost channel. How to make trap melodies sound not repetitive. All right, let's get into the genre specific stuff. I wanted to do what you call them, DJ Mustard beat, but so let's say the bass is kind of like boring. What you could do is add octave jumps. So I heard the Blast album sounds similar to this. Now, of course, the sound's a little bit better and the beat's a little more upbeat. So that's how you do something like that. Let me start a new session because the CPU is pretty high. So let me start over real quick. All right, I promised somebody I would do dark. So now let's get into trap and like how simple trap can be in a good way, not a bad way. Not sure about that still. All right, so now we're gonna move into dark and trap stuff. It's not gonna be running the bill. Shout out to everybody who's here. I didn't realize we had a lot of people here still. Appreciate y'all. Let's start with literally any sound. Actually, no, let's start with current because I like this plugin. It's a really dope plugin. Let's go to stream and let's go to some kind of pluck sound. We need a sound that is either super synthy like a pad, or it needs to be plucky like doop, 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 or it needs to be like a very long pad like this. That's very Metro Boomin-y, so I like that sound. Why is it my CPU at 40 already? Hold up. Darn, this one plugin is at 40 CPU. So let's go to somewhere around 140 BPM. And we're gonna start at what's called the root note. We're not gonna make this complicated, we're just gonna play one note. So we're gonna start at G. So it's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's thing you've heard it a million times. We're going up what's called a half step. Half steps like to resolve down a half step. So anytime you go up one note, it wants to come back down one note. That's why it sounds so pleasing. Let's call this Metro Boomin Trap Melodies. And you guys will get all the project files today. So if I ever go too fast, no worries. I'll upload these to the live stream folder. Metro Boomin Trap Melodies. I'm gonna have to use a different plugin because this plugin's getting a little CPU heavy. Thought I used my GPU. Thinks it's 45. All right, so Michael says, I'm having a hard time finishing my beats, not knowing what to do next. So follow that process of learn your DAW, learn music theory, learn beat making, learn mixing, and learn mastering. And once you follow that process, you'll get sharper per step. Okay, so now we have the half step, it's called. Oh, you know what I want to show y'all? Wait a second. Actually, we're going to start from scratch because I want to show y'all something that I found out recently. So if you do, what was it? If you do like a saw wave and you modulate that by another saw wave, it creates this really dark sound. Let me show you. So in this specific plugin, we have what's called frequency modulation. We can have one sound shake another sound. So like imagine one sound's the big brother. In this case, oscillator B is the big brother. Oscillator A is the smaller brother. So the big brother shaking the little brother. So when he talks, when he talks, is just going up and down, like it changes his voice. So what we're doing here is doing FM, frequency modulation. We're gonna do source oscillation B, and then we're gonna tell that to modulate oscillator A at a low octave. It's gonna create this really dark sound. Hold on. So let's play a low octave. Oops, what did I just do? Hold on. So let's switch out the waveform too, because sometimes, hold up, let's do a sine wave. So now I'm modulating a sine wave by sine wave. Hear that dark? Okay, so you can also mess with the sawtooth. In my opinion, I think sawtooth are good for modulation. I always mix these up. Let's do. Yeah, sometimes sawtooth by sawtooth is a little too bright, so let's just do a sine wave. It doesn't sound as cool as I expected it to, because I'm missing something here. But this is how you get there, though, is the modulation. Or you could do granular synthesis. I don't know if we could sample. How do we resample? Is that a thing? Let me see. Advanced. I thought it had maybe a serum thing where you could resample into. But anyhow, under the granulizer of this, we could take literally any kind of random sound. That's like a loop, for example. Let's do an AI sample. For example, bars. So we're gonna take this super vibey R&B beat, we're gonna drag it into the granulizer here, and we're gonna change the speed to slow. You can do this with any granulizer, whether it's Arturia's, I think it's called Reflex. You could do it with Pigments. You could do it with, you name it. Okay, so now we have that. We're gonna lower the speed and then turn up the spray, it's called, or the randomness. Let's turn off this oscillator real quick. So all we're hearing right now is just the granulizer. So we can also change the sync. I didn't realize the sync mode. So this is like a dark texture. Now I'm using like a whole song, so imagine if you guys just had a melody loop, you could just throw it in here. Current, yeah, I learned about this from Drew from a Do Sounds. He put me on. I did not know about this plugin like that. Let's run this through some effects. Okay, so let's. So I turned this from a bass into a whole thing. I'm gonna answer your questions in a second. Can I use Heat Up 3 to make trap beats? I don't need expensive plugins. That thing is pretty expensive. Isn't it like 300 bucks? I don't use Heat Up 3. I've never used Heat Up. I'm pretty sure every time somebody asks about Heat Up, it's the Heat Up people just trying to promote their plugin. I don't believe that somebody's asking about Heat Up. It's like, no, I'm just playing. No shade towards the Heat Up. I just never use their stuff. Spray adds a lot of movement. Yeah, it's a randomizer. In a 2-5-1 chord progression, is the 2 the tonic or is it the 1? It's the 1. But because we're starting off on the 2, depending on the chord type, if you play DFA, the ear can even go to what's called the relative minor, because A is the top note of DFA, so that's a relative minor. If you play DFA C, then you have C as the root note, but it's up an octave. So technically the tonic is in the chord, depending on which chord you use though. And which voicing. Automate the parameters to get glitchy effects. Shout out to my guy. Thank you, Hazzy. So I'm going to use this as more of a smear sound, and we'll come back to that bass sound. This is a cool sound though. Reminds me of like 21 Savage. Let's add some effects though. Let's add chorus to blur it out. Let's add a filter so we don't get too much high end. Now also they have a lot of filters in here, like from comb filters to formant filters to, it's a lot. Let's try a formant filter. I know we're getting so geeky. It got so geeky very quickly. Let's use an LFO to go over the cutoff filter, and let's make this more of a square wave. I mean, you guys want sauce, so I'm giving you guys what sound designers use, the guys who deliver you guys as loops and stuff. That might be a little too fast. Let's slow it down. So we're just adding a bunch of stuff and randomizing it to make it very blurry. It's not supposed to have an identity. Also, you can turn the wet level of your reverb up to really smear it out. The only thing is reverbs can get pretty heavy. Let's turn the decay down. And now we created like a wall of stuff, basically. It's a little bright, so I'm gonna cut out the frequencies. Now, the only thing is if you have too many low frequencies, that can clash with the bass. So it's like a fine line of how much highs do we add. Now we're gonna take this, we're gonna print it. Oops, well, either one, print it. Check, check, check. Now we have it as audio. We could do different stuff like stretch this. We could double click on it, go to mode, stretch mode, and we could move the time knob, lock it into a higher tempo, a higher length, and make it more like a blurry thing. And that could be your background texture. So that's how a lot of people create background textures for their stuff. They'll do random stuff like granulizers, and then they'll slow it down and spread it out. Do I need expensive plugins to make trap beats? You can use a lot of stock plugins, honestly, for trap stuff. I'm just trying to put you guys onto a different way of thinking so that you're not making the same stuff over and over and over again. Slowing it down would be more of a Bryson Tiller vibe. You thought the first note play was tonic? Not all the time. Because then we have things called modes. So you're playing technically in the Dorian mode over C major. It gets a little convoluted, but yeah. Tonic is just the tonal center as where do we want to resolve? Because we have the 5 in there, the 5 wants to resolve to the 1. The 2 isn't where we resolve, so it's not considered the tonal center. So even though we start on the 2, we don't resolve at the 2. That's what dictates the key, in my opinion, the scale. Steinberg is a free granular plugin. Astro giving out the keys. So now we have this kind of dark thing in the background. We can double click. Also, I recommend re-rendering because we time stretch it, so it has a whole different thing. So let's consolidate this again. All right, now we have it as one big audio clip. We're going to double click and do the Wonder Girl technique here. Double click, right click, open in Fruity Slicer. We're going to slice by either the beat or the half beat. I like beats. We're just going to pull up the attack time. Go to your channel rack, turn up your volume here, and basically it just chopped up that sample into little chops, and it will create this like Metro Boomin type like sound. You're going to hear it in a second. Let me get rid of the so this is chopped up in little. So this is our background, and now we can build over top of this. And this is going to create the vibe to have contrast for all our dark stuff. I'm going to use something else other than current because that thing was eating on my CPU big time. Let's do Expand 2. Now Expand 2 has a lot of Metro Boomin-y type sounds in it, especially the bells. Let's start off with some mallets here. Let's go to bells or mallets, either one. I'm going to start here, and I'm going to show you guys a chain that I created. If you see anybody using this chain, they got it from your boy. So we're going to hit Control L, send this to the mixer. Firstly, we need to figure out what key we're in. So let's figure that out first. So we're just going to map out the notes that sound good. Okay, so here are the notes. Now keep in mind, you don't need a ton of notes to make a melody. You know, some of the greatest older songs, they played with the chords and it was just kind of streamlined. It wasn't like It wasn't like, unless you're doing a solo or something, or a phrase, I should say. It's only $10 right now. You are baking the, Ari says, so you are baking the transformations into a sample to make it less CPU heavy. The last time I printed the audio, it was more so because I made a time stretch change. And for stuff to be chopped up properly in a Fruity Slicer, it reads the actual audio file. It doesn't read whatever FL has in the playlist. So I could stretch it to 150 and make it all long. But when I open that sample in Fruity Slicer, it slices it at its original tempo. It doesn't care that I stretched it. So I had to resample it as stretched so that FL Studio Slicer could read it as a stretched sample with a stretched BPM, if that makes sense. So it was more for time information than it was for being less CPU intensive. I got rid of the current plugin because it was heavy. Yeah, it's definitely an OG plugin. Is it hard to get into the music industry nowadays? I'd say make a YouTube channel, make some Instagram channels. You'll meet people over time. I wouldn't say it's hard, no. But I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. If you mean producing for the top people in the world, you got to define what you think hard is. It's not like a job where you could just sign up and start tomorrow. It's not like that. I have videos on that though. Try out my last video called like how to make money in music without getting a bunch of placements. I cover a lot of what you just asked. Okay, so now that we have the key, I like to keep the key as a template to know which notes I'm going to use. So we're in the key of, let me see here. We're in whole, half, whole. So it looks like G sharp minor is our key, which is a random key. Okay, so now we have the notes. We're going to keep them to the right side, and now I'm going to produce through the effects. So I know I kind of all over the place. Hit Control L, send expand to the mixer. What we're going to do now is left click to send a duplicate of that sound to another channel in the mixer. On the secondary channel, we're going to load up Fruity Reverb 2 or any reverb you guys want. I'm just going to load up Fruity Reverb 2. Fruity Reverb 2. Where is it even at? Fruity Reverb 2. Okay, we're going to put the wet level at 100% here. We're going to right click, wet level up, dry level down. Then we're going to run through Gross Beat or any halftime plugin you guys have. And we're going to go to presets, momentary, half speed. And we're going to blend the green knob, which is the half speed effect. So basically we're going to have a sound being sent through reverb, and then it also slowed down through the reverb. It's going to create a unique sound. And now we're going to produce the melody going into these effects. So it's going to change the way we write the melody. To become a producer like Metro, like you said, takes hard work. I mean, he invested in the right artist. It's a very different thing being in Atlanta during that time. Have you seen Kyle Beats' new video about the OT Mexican taking a loop from a free drum kit? Yeah, I mean, did they take it though? You know what I mean? Like, did they just forget that he made the loop? My whole thing is, and shout out to Kyle Beats, I like Kyle Beats. I think people should stop giving out free stuff that they want to monetize later. Like, stop calling it free. It's not free. Like, I give out a free loop pack and I want to charge you money and beat you down if you get a hit song. Like, it's not free then. It's not a free anything. So my thing is, I think we need to change the language around free, because that's not free to me. It sounds like a doorbell. Hold on. Let me not play that high note. That might trigger people. So I'm just gonna go. Hold on, is this not routed? It's a little hard to hear the reverb. Let me switch off this sound, because this sound sounds like a doorbell. Let me switch to bells real quick. We could also do synth stuff, but I don't have time to be going through it. Something like this, like a synthy bell. So nah, they didn't take anything from Kyle. He didn't even make the loop. Oh, I don't know the whole backstory, but I thought he said he gave out a loop pack and then some producer used it or something. And again, I don't know. It's like, stop giving out stuff then and calling it free. Lil DeCake says, do you need to know a lot of music theory to find the key of a sample or a whole beat? I recommend this plugin called Scalar 2. Because I don't know keys off the top of my head. Like, I can't round off and hear the notes and be like, that's A minor. The way I figured out how is minor was based on whole steps and half steps, but this plugin will help you figure out the key. You just hit record, type in the notes you hear in the key, and it will tell you the key. Like, okay, that's G minor. This is what I use all the time. And then we're gonna So I'm not thinking of theory right now. I'm going off what is my brain telling me, and I'm just clicking in the note my brain hears. So this is not like a technical music theory technique. I could break it down in music theory and ease, but really it's just me listening to stuff I already hear in my head. Can you show us a Metro Boomin melody tutorial tonight? Yeah, I'm covering it now. I know it's taking me a little bit, but we're gonna copy these notes, pull them down an octave, control down. So the thing that you guys aren't really hearing, if I mute the original bell, you'll hear the effect that we're creating. So we're blending this in with the original, and it creates like a dual layer melody. So we could take this up an octave even, control up. So that's how they get that push-pull sound with melodies. We could add more stuff. My ear doesn't want to fill this up so much. Two, 6, 1. The thing about 5, 1 is that 5 always wants to resolve to 1. It's the strongest resolution we have in music, so that's why we have the 5, 1. It's not wrong, but it just wouldn't have a strong resolution. I teach that in my music theory magic course about intervallic resolution. Also covered it a little bit in my last live streams about melody, but yeah, the 5 to the 1 is something you want to study because it's just change the word to dominant to tonic resolution, because that's one of the strongest ways we can go in and out of key on purpose. But if your ear is good, you know it sounds bad or good, true. We're gonna swap the sound in a second. Now we have the basic. I know that was like a weird way to make a melody, but when you hear your melody going through the effects, you're gonna think different. Here's another melody, or here's another tool you guys can use. It's called Kilohertz Reverser. This is really good for like the future sound. Okay, so that's like the Metro type sound. Let's open up our now, if the sample in the background did a little more movement, it would sound even cooler. You also got to think about the sound. If the sound's not hitting, you can feel it. True. Are you using a MIDI keyboard or a mouse? Mouse right now. So here's like the more finalized melody. And then what we can do is, wait, did I add? My dumb self put the reverser on the reverb, but I'm glad I did because that was a dope sound. You could also halftime the effect and then automate the halftime. So let's do that. We're gonna right click, create an automation clip. So now it's being halftime, and it sounds like a different melody. Now, I think the melody's so strong, I don't want to half speed it all the way through. But that's a way you can make your melody sound like it's changing up without changing all the notes. Is it better to use the mouse? I like MIDI way better, but for the live stream, I only have a certain amount of USB ports, so I can't do what I would normally do because I need my mouse to click around and stuff. I have my camera plugged in, my mouse, and my external hard drive. I don't have any other USB ports. Okay, so that's what I would do for this melody. Now again, the background loop could have been longer. Let me turn it up a little bit. Let's turn up the background a little bit. So what's a must use when inserting vocals? What do you mean what's a must use? What plugins to use? What do you mean? So I mean, now we're done. Really, we're just gonna add bass at this point. Not gonna I'm not gonna make an entire beat right now, but we could. What's a must use when inserting vocals? If you could clarify what you mean, that would help. The drums, see what Metro drums would sound like. I'm just gonna do my go-to drums. You guys can get my go-to drums at busyworksbeats.com/FL Studio. It's my go-to drums. You get these for free. So out of like 800 gigs of sounds, these are my go-to drums. Now this 808 is tighter than a Metro 808, but I'm gonna use it because it's my sound. It's a pretty punchy kick. You guys will also get these project files for free once you sign up to the email list. Let's just do an 808. Now, if you ever wonder why your drums don't sound the same in the browser, when you put them in the channel rack, it's because FL Studio turns them down. So just turn up your channel volume to 100%. We're gonna make basic drums right now. I don't have time to be going all the way in. Am I going into, let me check my chain here. So for a simple FL Studio chain that's a little bit harder, we're gonna go into Fruity Wave Shaper. Turn that up, turn the settings on. And turn the mix level to about 50%. Turn the pre-knob up, turn the oversampling on about 4x. Then we're gonna go to the Fruity Soft Clipper. Turn this to the left. Or the right for hard clipping. So I'm thinking like 21 Savage type beat. So I know I'm being basic with this hi-hat, but so 1, 2, 3. Kind of hear a sub bass. Turn the bells down a little bit. 21 down. Lucy, what up, Lucy? I need a good tip to modify a beat to cooperate with vocals more. I have videos on how to blend in your vocals with a beat. It's a longer video, so type in like vocal mixing beat, Busyworks Beats into YouTube. It should pop up. Should be like a short too. Let's get these levels right real quick. I'm adding a limiter to the sample so it doesn't just jump up in volume like that. I feel like the bass needs to be louder. So here's a little tip for the Metro bounce. Delay your hi-hat just a little bit. We're gonna go to the hi-hat, turn your time shift up just a little bit. Same with the kick. So I feel like we need like a sub bass. I didn't want to have to produce a whole beat for a simple melody, but let's do 3x OSC, turn the chorus pitch down, hit Control L. So I want to go boom, boom. I think that's in key. Let's record this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I don't want to do it with the 808. It's hard to hear. Like it's not in key. Never mind. Check. That was weird. The amount of work I'm gonna have to do to add a bass line to this, we're just gonna leave it without a bass line because I have to side chain all the bass to this and make it duck and do all this stuff. But it would be like, it's hard to hear too. I'm just gonna do it. Let's do it. I know I'm out of key. So that's the bass line. We just gotta figure out the key. Let's hit Control up. So I'm gonna go doo doo. It's hard to hear, so let's pull it up another octave. Doo. I feel like this is not tuned right. So this is why I said there's so much to show y'all. Right now we're in the same key, but we need to tune. Okay, so I pitched it down to match. Okay, so that might be what you have to do for some instruments is pitch them down. So not that I needed to go to a different note, I needed to tune it down. Name a track we working. Let's name of the track. So do. Okay, so let's drop that down 2 octaves, Control down. So to make all this blend, we have to do what's called side chaining. And this is such a side conversation right now, but we're gonna do it real quick. So we're gonna go to our kick. And let me think though. Okay, we need 2 parametric EQ2s because you have the kick and then you have the 808. So this is going to be a task here. We are going to find the kick and the 808 in the mixer, right click and side chain to that bass only. So first we're going to side chain the 808 to the bass. We're going to go to the first Pro Q3 settings, VST settings, processor, right click, go to the 808 as the input for the stereo side chain. Click this analyzer down here, turn on this collision mode, and you'll see where these clash. So I can see right around here is where they're going to visually clash, this area right here. We're just going to click here and turn this down with a dynamic EQ and then hit auto and hit this little up arrow. So now every time the 808 hits, it's going to turn the volume down in that area. Now we need to do the same thing with the second Pro Q3. Settings, processing, right click, go to your kick. The same process. So we have a Pro Q3 for the kick and one for the 808. So that was tedious, but now we're here. See if we can go down an octave. It might be too low. Even though it fits better. Any tips on drum bounce? When I make them, it's either too crowded, or when I make them, it's simple, doesn't sound right. Yeah, I have a whole series on drum patterns. The short answer to you is that you need to add what's called syncopation. So if you count your metronome like 1 and 2 and 3, like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, put the hi-hat on the ands. So 1, like that. That's the bounce of your track. That's how you get bounce. Now work it real good. There's also something called tresillo, which I teach in my, just check out my latest shorts. I covered that pretty heavily. But you need to syncopate your hi-hats. Basically, put the hi-hats on the ands. 1 and 2 and 3. All right, so we've kind of covered the metro sound, at least for 21 Savage. Messed up the halftime. Keep in mind the vocals are part of the melody too. Yeah, you guys can get the project files. Drums need to be fixed, but ain't got new kicks. Yeah, it's gonna be up on YouTube. Appreciate y'all. All right, so that's at least the R&B style of melody of metro. What else do we want to cover here? How long have we been on here? Does it tell us? We've been live for 2 hours. I feel like I didn't cover something that I said I was going to cover. All right, check. Check. All right, let's do, what kind of melodies you guys want to do? I don't even know what kind of styles you guys create. So if you could send a genre, that would help. We got Luke in here, Seventh Heaven. Jen Kim is here, what up? Can't afford a MIDI controller right now. Yeah, I feel you. A lot of stuff in music, it's just so expensive and you don't really need it. Crazy. The funniest part about as a producer, all you really need is your laptop and a pair of headphones. That's it. We don't really need all the other stuff. Now, a MIDI controller is nice, but you don't need it. Ken Carson, Dark Ambient. To me, Ken Carson is more of a distorted sound. It's not really a sound of music though. If anything, they might use, like, I'll show you guys some rock techniques on FL Slayer. Bass House. I haven't studied that enough, unfortunately. Tortilla. Teflon Don is here. Don Tolliver. Okay, we could do like some rock R&B, dark-ish. Ken Carson, maybe. Okay, let's do a Ken Carson / Don Tolliver. Now, dark ambient, in my opinion, you got to play guitar or have a really good guitar plugin. Ample Sound is a really good guitar company. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is sample heavy. Yeah, Ample Sound's really good for that guitar sound. And then you would just kind of pick chords. But I don't know if this allows you to play like a regular sound. Let's switch this mode to none. Wait, oh, this is my mic track. Hold on. Forgot to save this. Let's save this real quick. Let us call this Rock. No, let's call it Don Toliver / who was the other person? Ken Carson. So again, to me, Ken Carson and that whole camp, their sound is really like distortion and perfect fifth music. I'll say rage, but it's more than just that. Don Toliver to me is more Travis Scott type weird R&B sounds, but R&B. So Don Toliver and Ken Carson. We'll see if we can blend these two. And then maybe we'll cover dark ambient. It's hard to like, dark ambient is such a guitar-based sound in my opinion. Hope of Glory, what up? Andrew Porter, how do you sidechain multiple vocals and ad-libs to a beat? You would have to do that technique I did with the FabFilter Pro Q3, just with each vocal group. I recommend you just group all your vocals into what's called a bus, and then use your bus to sidechain rather than doing it track by track. I would do like background vocals, main vocals, and do that technique I just did with the kick and 808. Perfect fifth is 7 semitones up from another note. So if it's, you have this note, you're gonna count out 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Play that note. It's called a perfect fifth. And we're gonna play that same top note down an octave. It's called a power chord. It's hard to hear on this because the way the plugin's built. Let's turn this down a little bit. Then we can do half steps. So this is like, I mean, as far as stock plugins, that's as close as you're gonna get to a good distortion plugin. A good That's as close as you'll get to a decent distorted guitar sound using FL Studio stock plugins. But would I use this in real life? Not really. But I'm just showing you guys stuff that you have. You might not know you have. So it's so heavy that it fills out a lot of frequencies. You can't really stack anything on that. That's why a lot of rock music is just like a, because what else can you really fit in here? It's so big of a sound. So for this, I'm trying to think, what can we even add to make it Don Toliver? I mean, it's so, let's do like a really top line sound of some sort, maybe some kind of pluck. Let's do maybe expand 2. Let's go to ethnic. Let's get some kind of weird sound going. Let's do a sitar. I don't know if I like this sound. I might swap it out. Let's swap this out because I don't like that sound. Let's do, I know I'm jumping all over the place. Let us do Serum for now because I don't have time to be explaining everything about everything. We're going to do a perfect fifth, but using Serum. All right. It sounds a little bright. I'm gonna add a low pass filter. Now we have that. Now we're gonna add the top line. Now the top line, There's no formula for this. We're just using a high frequency sound. Now here's the formula for trap. I kind of showed this before. Whatever your root note is, we could play that note. Let's go up an octave. We can play your root note. You could play 5 semitones up from here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could play 7 notes up from the tonic, which is a D in this case. And we could do a sharp 5th and a sharp 4th, as well as what's called a super tonic. In this case, we're not going to call it a super tonic. Let's just call it a sharp tonic. So any of these notes will work. And even the note below the tonic will be a note as well. So you have 7 notes you could use. So you're creating like a little mini scale that always works. So let's start at G. It's going to do step by step. Usually you go up to the 5th. So literally you could pick any of these notes and it will work. So see, this note is technically out of key. We could also, I'll just show you guys, hold up. I gotta move a little bit quicker here. We could also, instead of doing a flat tonic, we could do a sharp tonic. They're both gonna work. So we're going out of key with this note and this note here and this note here. But it sounds quote unquote right. Okay, and then hit the scale. Now, man, so much to show y'all. Let's use an FL Studio plugin instead. Let's use Toxic Biohazard. Because the reason I'm using image line plugins is because we can pitch bend the notes within the actual plugins. So I'm showing you guys an advanced tip I learned from Synthit. The only thing is you gotta find a sound that has a decent amount of harmonics. Let's swap out the sound. Sounds very vampire-y. That might work. So around these sections, what we'll do is we'll double click on these notes and make these slide notes. Now we'll slide the entire chord to this note. We can do the same thing over here. Now the thing is, when you use a MIDI note or MIDI channel that all the other MIDI channels use, it will slide the entire chord down. I'll show you guys how to do single notes only. See how it goes, and the whole chord goes down. Instead of doing that, we could double click this note, change the color. It's called the MIDI channel. I showed this before in the masterclass we did. Double click on this, make the same MIDI, make it the same MIDI channel. So now the slide note will only slide from the pink note to the pink note. It won't slide the other notes. And that way you have a little bit more control over pitch bends. So now we're just using that same stack of notes, but just in a hierarchy. So, and this is where you kind of create what some people call counter melody. The main difference is that the other melody is going dun, 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 but then the counter melody is going dun, dun, dun. It's called a contrast melody. So one's going slow, one's going fast. We're using the same notes, just in a different way. That was kind of dope because it pitch bent the whole thing. That was pretty easy. Now it's about your drums, really. On vocals, not unless the vocals are inside of a plugin. It's a great question though. Can you pitch slide vocals? Only if they're in some kind of instrument like a Fruity Slicer or a Slice X. It needs to have MIDI notes from an FL Studio plugin in order to do that pitch slide thing. So maybe if you chop it up in like Fruity Slicer, you could do something like that. Yeah, you could actually in Fruity Slicer, but you would have to know how to chop it up properly. But Fruity Slicer. Let's add, so their drums are a little bit different from what I've noticed. They don't do typical, and also before I start going into a diatribe, let's route all this to one MIDI channel. I mean, one mixer channel. Let's call this melody. And let us group all these sounds, and we're gonna run it through some sound effects, like kilohertz reverser, for example. Beat block, I would say learn every day. You're not gonna have block anymore. Learn something new. Are your videos, like I said, your videos have really helped me make better melodies. Thank you so much. Thank you, Peppy. I would screenshot it, but that's the thing that made my computer freeze up last time. So let's add the gross beat. Let's just see if it makes it better or worse. It's a little repetitive. Sounds trash with the gross beat on it. I like that organ, but let's try different sounds. Organ's kind of dope. Let's add some drums real quick. Organ's getting a little repetitive for me, so let's swap out that sound. hi-hats could be better, but could have been, I mean, it could have been a little more musical for the Don Toliver part, but I was just doing too much with the sounds there. You guys get the project files, mess with it on your own. Let me see here. I turned it into something way different. All right, so I tried to mix Don Toliver. It ended up being like, let me see. It sounds a little loopish because of that flute sound, so it's not like a lot of change. I mess with the sounds too much, but the music theory is there. I just have to sit through and go through better sounds. What else is there to make? I guess we could also add a layer. I'm not gonna spend like 30,000 days on this. We could take the top line and make it more synthetic sounding, something like GMS. Paste this in, something like this. But we need some kind of air-like synth. And then maybe add like a pitch slide. Double click, make that a slide note. The hi-hats need to be going way faster though. They're not moving enough. Also, I think this needs to move a little bit quicker. There's too many rhythms at this point. So this is where it's starting to clash a little much. If I had made that, make a short film, I can never use Biohazard because of my dog. Really, does it trigger him? I didn't mean to trigger him here if I did. Yeah, my child can, certain plugins I mess with, it's like he hears a frequency that I don't hear and it bothers him. I think I've made this sound too plucky. Sounds kind of whack. I like that original sound. Yeah. When I take out the dun 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 sound, sounds a little bit better. The mix is not good though. think I have a plugin. Here's a plugin that you guys might know that might not know of. Hold on. It's called Thermionic Culture Vulture. They throw this on their mix bus sometimes for like that added crunch. I'm just doing too much with the kick right now, but they'll crank this thing up. Crank this up. I like it between like 6 and 7. You hear that crunch? This thing is a little too high pitched for my ear. Also, we could do a little bit more with the sound, like make it a little more stereo enhanced, so it's not so like up and down, more so left and right. So now we're pushing the sound through Thermionic Culture Vulture. That's how they get that distorted sound. I know it sounds like a bunch of squash right now because probably need to pick a better 808. Let's try this one. Again, the hi-hat's a little stiff for me. It's like so in real life, I would go in, figure out where I want rolls. Hit Control L, copy these notes, either pull them up or down, and just give these notes along. Let's hit Control L. Can we do that here? Let's just drag it out, make it a note repeat. So again, it's a little repetitive of the whole way through. But yeah, that's in the texture, pushing the sound. All right. Can't think about the melodies we can create. What else can we create today? Have we melodied out? If you guys can wait, I'm going to put on a little waiting music, a little loading time music, and I'll be right back on the ones and twos. Check. We live. Hold up. Back in the game like a platinum chain. We back. We cut our most of our audience, but it's all good. All right, so let me save all this stuff. Check. Check. Let me answer your questions. I missed a lot of stuff. My fault, y'all. I had to handle something. How do you sidechain multiple vocals and ad-libs to a beat? I wouldn't do it that way. If you're trying to lower your... Like if you're trying to lower the beat every time your vocals say something, like you have a 2-track and you're trying to lower the beat every time your vocals come in my opinion, it might be best to just group all of your vocals into one mixer channel and then use that as the sidechain input to trigger the EQ or compressor, whatever you're using, to turn down the volume of the beat. I just normally wouldn't do it that way. It depends on the beat though. Could do bass and kick EQ with stock plugins if possible. I could, but it's very complicated and it's just not easy. I'm being honest with y'all. You can do a lot of stuff with stock stuff, but stock stuff is not, you know, when you're trying to move quick, you don't have to, setting up something that takes 20 minutes just to set up is not the wave. But I know everybody can't afford plugins, but I'm being honest with y'all. Using stock plugins to do like advanced plugin stuff is not the easiest thing to do in the world. Now we'll just do like tips and tricks, music production tips and tricks. So I'll answer your questions because I abandoned the chat for a good like 15 minutes or so. Let's see, how do you sidechain multiple vocals and ad-libs to a beat? Could you do bass and kick? What does perfect fifth mean? It's 7 notes up from whatever other note. So just count up 7 notes. That's a perfect fifth. It's called perfect because it always harmonizes. I got FL Studio Producer Edition a while ago and been learning slowly but taking it more seriously recently. Good. When you are in learning phase, you actually absorb a lot of stuff that you overlook naturally. So that's a good place to be in, is that learning stage. Expand to it, some dope electric guitars. My bad, I missed all that during the chat. I probably should have checked. I got FL Studio. I'm really interested in how this comes out. Hopefully it came out all right for you. Does that work on vocals too? Yes. Are your videos, wait, oh, I read that one before. Any tips on beating creators' block? So what is a block truly? It comes down to 3 things. Lack of intent, deviation from intent, or lack of knowledge. That's where your beat block comes from. So lack of intent, meaning you're going into the studio without any idea of what you're trying to do, which is what most people do. That's why they call it the lab. That's fine when you're experimenting, but when it comes to making a finished product, you know, it's a lack of intent, deviation from the intent. So if you have a beat in your head that goes like boom, got the boom, boom, the boom, got the boom, boom, and then you start adding all this extra stuff to it, that's called deviation from the intent. You're deviating from where you were initially trying to go. Then you have lack of knowledge, which is just, you know where you want to go, but you don't know what it's called or what the thing is to get there. Because back in the day, think about their studios. You would have to pay a lot of money to get in a studio. So you had to make sure your song was done, or you had a solid idea before going into that studio, because you're paying real money, hundreds of dollars per hour. So that's the translation spot. That's not the, hey, let's figure it out spot most of the time. And I think a lot of people go into their DAW trying to figure stuff out instead of translating ideas. I'm a huge Vampire fan. Yeah, my fault on having that on loop for like 10 minutes. My bad, y'all. Thank you. If I made that, I'd make a short film. I just have the fruity version, not the full FL Studio, but I am having trouble arranging my beats, intro, hook, and verse, and all that. I have a video called How to Unlock, or excuse me, it's called How to Bypass FL Studio Trial Version. So type in how to bypass FL Studio trial version, BusyWorks Beats. It'll pull up a video. I think it has like 300 something thousand views on it now. And the video shows you how to get around the limitations of the trial version as if it were the full version. Arcade is dope to use for myself, but it's expensive when I have other subscriptions. True. I'm like $10 a month. I think plugins should just stay away from the subscription model outside of like Roland Cloud or something. It's just developers are lazy. They don't want to like make better products. They rather just charge us monthly for the same exact product. Should try to raise their valuations and stuff. But yeah, it comes down to lazy business people, honestly. I don't like that pay per prescription stuff either, unless it's for like a bundle of all their stuff and I get to try out all the stuff, or if it's just so much stuff that I can never just commit to one plugin, then I'll do the monthly thing. But it's very expensive very quickly. Do you feel like sampling is cheating since we're using what others have created rather than writing the music in MIDI? But what if AI made it? Then you're not taking from a human. All things in society are just adding on to what somebody already else figured out. Like, for example, your car, if you have one, is somebody already knew about it. Let's say the first car was the Model T by Ford. Then we have, okay, the next car concept that modeled the Model T. Then we have the next car concept, and now we have Teslas. But it all started with the Model T. So it's not like we invented wheels from scratch, invented, you know, the metal outside, invented car seats. Like, we're just trying to make subtle improvements on something that already existed. So that exists in society. And, you know, same thing with music. We don't need to like reinvent everything. Sometimes we just need to make a small tweak to make a hit. Doesn't need to be this huge change. That's why a lot of people sample old records, because they know it worked in the past. Why are they trying to figure a working formula out from scratch? Did I miss that one? I feel like I missed your question. My fault. Are there any plugins I can use on the Fruity version besides FL Keys? You know what? I don't know the list off the top of my head, but I have a video on how to surpass the trial version, even if you use the Producer Edition trial version. Do you feel like sampling? Okay. You said since we're using what others have created rather than writing the music in MIDI. Again, MIDI is a secondary technology. Before MIDI, there was just straight recording. So to make a record, you would have to, unless you played all the instruments, you would have to find a drummer, find a violinist, find a keyboard player, find all these people. So aren't you sampling your band members? I mean, if you want to technically get down to it, if I had a band, aren't I sampling the musicians of the band? That's sampling. If I'm not playing the instruments. Is there a faster way to get a pattern going for hi-hats, drums, and 808s? In FL Studio, they have a new note repeat. It's a lot faster. But if you want to like do tresillo and stuff like that, I mean, you just got to click it in. I like the channel racket. It's way easier to write drums. Is sampling stealing? I mean, by law, technically, if we take other people's stuff, they can, you know, what really happens is if you take somebody else's stuff, they're gonna, if they even care, which nobody really traces stuff down like that, but if they do care, then they're gonna hit you with a copyright claim, which is not, like, let's say you guys have a YouTube channel and you sample some record. If anything, they're just gonna give the monetization from that record to the original owner. That's it. Now, other penalties, depending on, and I don't want to scare you guys either, but a copyright strike is a little more serious. And now that the technology is more updated, you don't see those as much with music. It's more so for like other violations. But what was I gonna say? Let's say somebody, you know, found you guys sampling a hit record or whatever. You put out the song, it gets a lot of plays. The only thing these lawyers really do is send you a cease and desist or a takedown notice. All you got to do is just take the song off of streaming. That's it. They're not going to hit you with, because it costs money to sue people. Who's going to sue somebody? Like, if it costs me $2,000 to sue you and I'm only going to win $200, like, I'm losing money. Why would anybody do that? I think people are scared to get sued over sampling. It's not that serious. Like, unless the record is generating $100,000 or plus, then they'll care. But like, until then, they're not really caring like that. And this is not legal advice. I'm just being honest with you. Nobody cares like that. But when it comes to film, they try to avoid all samples. When it comes to placing with a big artist, they care about samples because they know those records will get numbers and they don't want to lose money on the back end. So that's different. But if you're putting your own stuff out, I would not worry about sampling like that. Like with using the randomizer to get a pattern going for the velocity, like using the randomizer. No, I wouldn't do all that. You could, but I don't do all that. Andrew says, mostly all the best music was sampled. Juicy, Broken Wings. Do you mean Juice WRLD, or I don't even know what you mean? Or do you mean the song by Biggie, maybe? Dude, you've helped me when it comes to making beats. Don't never let anyone say you aren't doing good work. Thank you, Too Short. I'm just trying to help you where you are. That way you can get to that next step. Bubba Seed says, yo, I'm about to subscribe to you, but I need to learn how to master a track. That would be cool if somebody showed me. Turn the alarm recording. I'm using LMMS Acoustic 3 and Audacity. I don't know what they have in their DAWs for LMMS and Acoustic 3 or Caustic 3, whatever. You should use FLAC, I think. How to save beats in order to send them to peers as MP3. I would do MP3 because when you send your records to somebody else's Gmail, if you send a wave, the file might be 32 megabytes. But if you send an MP3, it might be 3 megabytes. So it costs them 10 times the size it costs them 10 times as much if you use a wave and you send it to them than if you just send an MP3. Because if their Gmail fills up, they charge you. So you don't want to be sending a bunch of waves because it will stack up and they'll delete your email because you're sending waves. So you got to be careful with that. If you guys are sending out loops, send a Dropbox folder. If anything, don't attach the waves to the email. People will get so mad. Because I had that before where people sent in loops and a lot of people sent in waves attached to the email and the Gmail space ran out in like 2 days. So try to avoid that. What is the best way to sell beats online? I wouldn't say there is the answer is not as simple as, hey, just BeatStars, get on YouTube. It's just not that simple. You gotta have a multi-channel strategy. I have videos on how to sell beats. It's a very elaborate explanation. And I know you think the question is simple, but it's not. It's very complex. There's no one website where it's going to solve all your problems. It's just not. Now, BeatStars says probably the easiest workflow, but it is not the end all be all though. I missed the question. I wanted to answer it though. Oh, how to master your tracks. I mean, I don't know what your DAW has, but usually speaking, I'm going to go into a clipper of some sort. I'm going to go into a compressor if I need one. And then I'm going to go into an EQ only if I need it. And then a limiter. That's my mastering chain. I don't know if your DAW has all that. Yeah, I'd say keep the file space. Keep the file size low. People get the gist. They don't need it to like hear all the extra dynamics of like a 32-bit wave file. It's just they'll get more pissed that their email's running out than the fact that they can't hear the transients. You know, like my favorite mixing engineer. I don't think I have one, to be straight with you. Now, as far as coolness, mixed by Ali. As far as like his personal brand, but as far as like who style do I like, I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. Tizio does some pretty good stuff. I mean, I don't really like know mixing engineers like that. Now, also there's a really nice person is Amon Jackson. He's a really good educator. Oh, you know what? I re-ranked that actually. So firstly, I would say Amon Jackson, then Realistic Productions, and then Mixed by Ali. Just off of their personal, like who they are as people. They should check out TrackLib if they want to sample old music and bypass. They could, or they could use AI. It sounds like this. Why use TrackLib when you got stuff that sounds like this. Wait, hold on, let me find it. When you got stuff that sounds like this. This is AI and it sounds fire. Sounds like a real song.
Like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, star, my heart.
Wait, what does Charlie Wilson say?
Very shy. Girl, you are the one for me.
They definitely have vibes on there. You guys should use it. It's called UDO. Use it. I'm
They
telling you.
think it's fake like I'm AI, but when I say that I'm real, they turn their heads and they wonder where their life go. Is it real?
So yeah, TrackLib and all them. Unless somebody has to pull from like a very, very specific record. You know, a lot of the catalogs in general, as far as sampling, how do I explain this? Never mind, I have a long diatribe. I was gonna say basically, people who are not industry producers, they can sample AI. Now, industry producers, they can sample real records, but the thing is, you have to negotiate as far as like the fees they want and the publishing and all that. So most of the time, people try to avoid that if they're not already signed to the label and have permissions to use their stems and stuff, the multi-tracks, or they will go to a place like TrackLib where they know for sure they can get a sample cleared. But the thing is, most people who are using a TrackLib are regular average Joes like me and yourself. So they're not going to be worried about all the back end stuff about sampling. They just want to put out a song. So in that case, I see people sampling AI more than I see TrackLib. But I might be wrong. I don't know. I'm just guessing. There's no shade to TrackLib. It's just the reason people are sampling is to avoid issues. But if nobody cares about the issues, then what are they really buying? It's not like a bunch of hit records on there from what I remember. Maybe they like the sound on TrackLib. I don't know. TrackLib is really good marketing though. I will say that. They do really good social media marketing. Reading my language gives people a headache. My language. Hi Busy, can you make a tutorial on how to pitch bend VSTs like Kontakt? I did that earlier, funny enough. I'll quickly show you, but it is tedious. So let's say you want to pitch bend and you don't have a MIDI controller. What you can do is, let's just do expand too, because let's do a guitar. And let's do this one. Okay, so let's say I have some random guitar like so, like such. It's like that. Okay. So keep in mind, if you use note repeat, it saves the value of your last note. So when you add a new note, it will it will add that to your thing. Okay, so let's say you want to pitch bend some type of way, like and do a hammer on. It's like da, 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 like that. So let's go to the bottom left, go to channel pitch. Move, my head's in the way, but there's, hold on, I gotta turn off my camera real quick. So in the top right of the bottom section where it says control, left click this thing until you see, pull this down to like one notch. So now you'll see these horizontal notches. I think a notch is like 2 semitones if I'm not mistaken. Oh wait, this is 500 cents. I don't know if that's accurate. Anyhow, this is arbitrary because it depends on the plugin and it depends on the range, blah, blah, blah. We're gonna pitch bend this up until we hear the note bend to where we want it to bend. So I want to go da, 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 like that. So we're gonna right click and use that as a measurement stick, that first notch, and bring it back down. Now the tricky part is bringing it back down. That's the hard part. Because if you don't bring it back down to 0, it will keep the pitch of the last area. So in other words, it will be out of key. If you don't reset that to 0, use the left click to make it 0. So it went like that. The thing though is that it's pitch bending all of the MIDI. And that's this part that I would separate this to a different, here's what I would do. Okay, I would clone the instance like so, like such. Like I just satched, and then I would And then I would only have one note pitch bend instead of all those notes. So now we have that kind of hammer-on sound. I don't know if y'all can hear that. It might be kind of quiet. So that's how you do pitch bends if you don't have a MIDI controller. It is convoluted as freak. I wish FL Studio would just make that easier. That's just what we have to deal with. What up, chat? My bad. I was Dan Tanner popped in. My fault. I was behind in the chat. I was reading questions because I had stepped out for a second, came back, and I missed a lot of stuff. Dan Tanner. They should check out TrackLib if they want to sample. All right, how busy can you make a tutorial? Just export your MP3 at a higher quality. Okay, thank you. I'm still figuring out how to use FL still. I'm taking it seriously. We're gonna start. Cool. Figuring out FL. You want to rap? That's dope. I might have to do a video specifically for artists on how to use FL like an artist. Making a video on how to send beats and loops. Make a video on how to send beats and loops. I mean, I could show you the technical, like how to export out of your DAW, how to properly format. I'll write that down actually. That's kind of a good topic. How to send loops. Let's write this down. How to send loops. Well, you said beats and loops, right? Send beats and loops. Now, I'm assuming that you're sending the beats and loops to people who already want the beats and loops. Because if you're trying to it's called cold calling or do outbound marketing. Cold emails, they're called. I wouldn't just send random people beats and loops that aren't asking for them. Only people who have asked for them and shown their intent that they really want these loops, then I would send them something. I wouldn't send people stuff that don't want it for many reasons. But I'll do the technical, how to like format everything, keep it organized. Yeah, MP3 does reduce the quality, but again, if you're sending out emails and they have waves attached to it, waves can take up easily 32 megabytes, whereas an MP3 takes up 3 megabytes. So again, would you rather be the person that is inching somebody closer to their Gmail being full, or would you rather just be the person where they can't hear your transients 100%? I mean, that's the trade-off. To me, I'd take the transients not being as sharp than ruining somebody's Gmail. Especially if they didn't ask for it. The Neptunes or Timbaland. Melody you want to do? They're more rhythmic with their melodies. They aren't like, it's not notes. It's more like it's just rhythms. So focus on rhythm more than the actual notes. A lot of 3CO too. That's why some people send waves. Screenshot showing my partner. You said I'm using click remover, compression, and GFX31. I have no idea what those plugins are, unfortunately. Koi Vin, you would love to listen. Dave Pensado. I'm so lost in this combo. How can I make my beats sound louder? I have a video on that. Just type in beats louder, BusyWorks beats. In short, you can use clipping and limiters. That's going to get you the majority of the way there. There's more to it, of course, but that's the short of it. And try to pan things left and right, because when you pan that sounds, our ear can differentiate it more, and it becomes quote unquote louder. My truck just might be beyond repair. I was clicking on the right thing. My track. Elk Grove. Bubba seems like he's going through it with this mixing thing. BTG Savage says you raised me, big bro. Shout out to you. We're cousins, family over here. Mike Alls says sooner or later we won't need artists anymore. I mean, I don't have it on this computer. Darn. How many people are in here? I might show you guys some. There's something called Sound ID by SonarWorks. I think you guys are about to see an ad. Oops. Should have told y'all, huh? Will I use it to learn next time? I missed a lot of chat. Peace out, Bubba. I don't know what Bubba was talking about. He came in here on 25, and I have no idea what he was talking about. We're trying to help Bubba, but he bounced too early. Yeah, I think this thing has the ads on it. Is making fun of people using AI for music. Oh, you said making hip hop is making fun of people using. They didn't even know BBL Drizzy was AI, so people are they don't even know. Because what is AI? It's somebody else's work that we're flipping into our own work. People don't even know. A lot of producers don't play the instruments. They don't make their melodies. Like, they don't know the behind the scenes. They're just scared that somebody's going to take their tight beat channel money. That's all it is. Oh, shout out to Dantana. Changed up at the website. Dope. I tried making a beat in FL, by the way. That's hilarious. What are some of your go-to shortcuts? I have a video. It's just too much to cover right now. My brain will explode. My go-to shortcuts, I don't really use as many. Alt-Q to quantize. Control-S to save. I use the note repeat now, so I don't do chops manually in the piano roll anymore. I use the piano roll scripts to humanize. That's kind of a shortcut. I use the humanize script, and then I use a script I had to download from the image line forums called, what's the name on that one? Called remove overlaps. That's what it's called. So those are the things I naturally do. I don't really use a lot of shortcuts, and maybe Control B to latch paste in the playlist. Busy, what DAW would you recommend for audio? Like just audio in general? It's so broad. If you're recording as an artist, I mean, what are you trying to do? Boombox, like, what is your goal? I need to know what are you trying to do. Peppy is here. T.O. Op, Nas and Jay-Z, or Nas or Jay-Z. I'm gonna say Jay-Z. I never really got into Nas like that. Illmatic was dope, but after Illmatic, I was like, what is this? I like Jay-Z stuff, album to album to album. I mean, which production do you prefer, the Neptunes or Timbaland? I was never really a Timbaland fan like that. The Neptunes are definitely my go-to kind of bop. Very smooth, danceable, upbeat, happy type stuff. Busy is Griselda a New York City rapper? It's a group. Griselda's a group. It's 3 people. It's Conway the Machine, it's Benny the Butcher, and Conway, Benny the Butcher. I'm missing somebody in there. Dang, who's the 3rd member of Griselda? Now I gotta look it up. I know his face, but I don't know what the members. Oh, West Side Gun. Duh. West Side Gun. So West Side Gun, Conway the Machine, and Benny the Butcher. I brought the M Audio headphones to mix. They have too much bass at low end. Yeah, I mean, literally, I can't even recommend any other brand outside of Audeze because there's so much bias in headphones. They sound paper thin. Like when you hear these, I just stop recommending headphones because I'm like, you're not even hearing the real thing. Why do the ads keep popping up? Hold up, y'all. How do I turn this off? All right, I put a thing on the ads so it won't keep doing that. I didn't realize it just kept hitting y'all with the ads every 2 seconds. That's annoying. He said, I tried the Sound ID. It's not bad, but it's getting better. Nothing beats human made beats. I agree. Like, it still requires me to sing. You know, like that still takes human effort. I like it for just, the quality's higher than this other brand I used to recommend called Voice. But the thing is, I use it sparingly. Like only when I need like a female tone do I use it or something like that. Or I want to make it sound like it's other people singing, then I'll use it. I don't even have it on this computer. I need to download it. Sound ID. But I will say they have the best quality. But there's other ways to get you know, to convert your vocals into different singers. There's other like things which I teach in my AI course. I teach you guys other solutions that are free. You don't have to pay any company. But the thing is, they're trained on celebrities mostly. Yeah, bro. I try Sound ID. Yeah, Money Made Media. It's a very specific problem. Like I wouldn't use it every session. It's very specific about that. You what? What? Political says about have to use my stereo speaker. Lost. Oh, you said I brought the M audio. I see what you're saying. you almost have to use your built-in speakers on your computer. Lots of people using construction kits, not really that good. That's subjective. I mean, if you guys really saw how sessions went down, like a lot of your favorite producers are not producing the records like that. Like they might do drums. They're not doing melodies and top lines and all that. They have people who come in and do all that after they do their drums and stuff. Most of the time. Pharrell alone is better than Timbaland. I mean, it depends on who it is, though. Like how difficult the track is. I just started recording music a week ago. Can I send you a song and be honest about it? Just looking for honest, no clout. We do that every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So this Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to do song feedback. You can hop in our Discord. Here's the link. It's discord.gg/ Wait, did I spell that right? Yeah. Discord.gg/BusyWorksBeats. Every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern time, we go live. We do song feedback. And that's your chance to get your song played on YouTube. And we also monetize the streams too. So if you have Content ID on, you'll get a stream for that. Majority of the young generation cannot even play the keyboard. Yeah, it's like nowadays, what is an instrument though? Like, there are more instruments than a keyboard and a guitar nowadays. Nowadays, your mouse is an instrument because you have to click Portal to know how to make it sound good. So I would even debate that your mouse is an instrument. So is your typing keyboard. Because if we define instrument, we can go all the way to the meta. What do you think about using stereo speakers to mix? I don't really mix over my speakers like that. I mean, I've heard some people use their MacBook speakers to mix because you got to think, where is the end user listening to your mix? That's going to be the most. And I guess most people listen over their phone, like headphones out of their phone or like their computer laptop speakers. So, I mean, technically, if it sounds good on laptop speakers, it probably sounds good. Vocals, I mean. Oh, vocals for Boombox said he wants to record vocals. Trying to think of the best DAW for the buck. I mean, if you want to be safe, you could go Pro Tools and pay monthly, which is $20 a month. So you figure a year is $200. Any other DAW starts at like 200. So FL Studio Producer Edition starts at 200. From what I remember, Ableton starts at like 300. Let me look at Ableton price. Hold up, Ableton Live. See what the price is. Live. Buy now. So Ableton technically starts at $99, but to get the real Ableton, it's going to cost at least $400, which is kind of wild. And then you got Reason, which people don't really use. It's kind of convoluted for recording vocals. And then you got Studio One, and then you got Pro Tools. So I mean, and you got Logic Pro. But to get Logic Pro, you need a $2,000 laptop. So it's not really a $200 DAW. It's a $2,200 DAW. So for that reason, unless you're already on a Mac, let's assume you're on a Mac, I would recommend Logic Pro. They have the best plugins for cleaning up your vocals the way they need to sound for modern music. But if you don't already have a Mac, I would just say Pro Tools subscription, $20 a month. Because if you do Pro Tools subscription, you can get a ton of plugins. And Pro Tools, it just has a different sound than other DAWs and stuff. Or you could just download the free version of FL Studio. I mean, you can't save your projects though. Some other people might say Reaper and all that, but I've never used that DAW. That's my answer to you. Pro Tools subscription, or if you already own a Mac, Logic Pro. It's gonna have the best stuff for recording vocals, in my opinion. I was bench pressing the other night and I was putting the bar back on the rack or whatever, and I like turned my head and it put pressure on my neck, so now my neck's all jacked up. So be careful when you guys are bench pressing, putting the bar back on the rack. Try to keep your neck straight as you're doing it, because I turned my head and like apparently I flexed my neck muscle some type of way. Just be careful, yo. Do you like alternative indie rock? Alternative. I like some of my, some of the Discord folks have turned me on to the rock sound. I'll say that. I do like rock melodies. I just don't listen to like artists on Spotify or, on streaming and everything. Drums Flex, how can I stop Windows from disappearing? Because it's ruining my workflow in FL. How can I stop Windows from disappearing? There's 5 buttons you want to press in FL Studio. If you ever lose anything, you just click these 5 buttons right here, and it will bring whatever window you're looking for back. So I'm assuming that's your issue. That's my recommendation for you. Dantana says, what frequency should we roll off the low end at? I heard that some people think that the low end, anything below 20 hertz will modulate the higher frequencies because it's so low, it will create this like sine wave modulation over the entire track. I've rarely seen that type of distortion to where it's modulating the entire track. But most people say below audible hearing range. So if you are going to do a hard cut like that, you can cut below 20 hertz at 48 dB per octave. But again, most people, the only place that I've seen that actually happen is like a demonstration on a YouTube video. I've never seen my audio literally look like this on the waveform, meaning that the low frequency was so low, it's modulating the entire song. So the song is the carrier and the modulator is the low frequency. So it's like, instead of a regular song waveform, it'll look like the song is like going up and down. I haven't seen that happen to many people, if any. I don't know the like physics behind how loud the dB will have to be for that to even occur, but I don't hard cut below 20. I don't. That's just me though. Bass Face says, but what? Bass Face says, but they, sorry, I don't know why I said but they do have a lot of hotkey shortcuts that are like extremely useful. For example, you can copy and paste flip and to automation clips. Yeah, stuff like that. It's just his question was simple when he asked me about shortcuts and stuff, but the answer is like 30 minutes long, and I just don't have time to be giving a 30-minute answer. I have a whole video about FL Studio 21 and the hotkeys that I use. The Goat 4427, welcome. Q Mega still up in here. Whoop whoop, shout out to you. That function you want to do on the keyboard, it'll take you to that option without having to pinch snipe with your mouse. Kind of lost in translation right there, my guy. Speaking of mixed phones, I bought the Neumann open back phones. Mixes are coming out dope. Neumann open back. When did they put out headphones? Neumann open back. Oh wait, I think I saw a pair of these. So they look cool. They look like Sennheisers. They look like the HD 598s a little bit. I mean, it looked cool. Only thing I don't like is that cushion on your ear. It's gonna build up sweat and just skin cells over time. But yeah, $600. Oh wait, you said open back. Hold on, let me see. Open back. It's showing me the closed back one. Oh no, here's the open back ones. So they're about $600. I mean, yeah, anything. I've never heard them, so I can't comment on them. Do you use Serato Studio to make beats? I use Serato Sample. I don't use their DAW because I don't want to have to learn a new DAW. Shout out to Dantana for switching over to Wix. He's an action taker. That's why he's separated from the bunch. Ciao Maestro, buongiorno from Italy, having the morning coffee. The morning coffee. How you doing? Can I ask you what? Can I ask you a suggest for bass lines? Are there some notes that is better to do not use in the scale while you do bass line? Let's see how many people we got in here. All right, we got enough people. I'll share some bass sauce. When it comes to bass lines, think about perfect fourths. Perfect fourths are 5 notes above another note. So let me show you something. Let's create a chord progression quickly. So let's say we're making a guitar like this. So I'm just eyeballing this melody here. Let's make this a major chord. Okay, so what we're going to do with the bass lines, we're going to copy the bottom note of the chords. Most people want to skip over chords again because they just don't want to acknowledge that harmony exists. So, something, what could we use for bass? Let's use expand to. Where is it at? Expand to. We're just going to use a synth bass, pretty basic synth bass. Something simple. Okay, let's take these bottom notes here. Hit Control C. We're gonna go to our bass. Hit Control V. So now we have the same exact notes. We can pull that down an octave. Control down. Now my ear wants to hear this note, so I'm gonna go back and fix that chord, that last chord. Okay, so now that we have the notes right, here are a couple tricks you could do with your bass. You could use octaves, okay, which is the same note, just up an octave. Now, sometimes the octave is too much of a jump, so not every genre requires this, but this is a quick way to add like little jumps before you move into the next note. See how it's like, it kind of pulls you up, slams you down type thing. Do I have a schedule for beat battles every Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern time? So outside of just the root notes and going up the octave, we could use what are called perfect fourths, which are 5 semitones up from the root note. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could use this as like a stepping stone type. Now, of course, you want more rhythm to it. And then you could also use what's called the perfect fifth, which is 7 semitones up from the root note. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you could pull this up and resolve back to what's called the tonic. These are just not mandatory, but just little things. Now I probably wouldn't add the fifth right here. I might do something like, there's a lot of technique here with bass too. You could do what's called a walking bass, which is just half steps until you get to the final note. Now that was kind of sloppy, so let's not do that. Again, I wouldn't do this much stuff to the bass. I'm just trying to show you all the techniques, but this bass doesn't need all these techniques, so I'm trying to force feed all these. Normally for this type of thing, I would just do octaves. Something simple like that. So it's octave, 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 and then here we're doing what's called the perfect fifth. Or you could do the fifth of the tonic where we land, which is A in that case, which would be the octave. I'm trying not to get into like a lot of music theory and ease. Basically, you could use octaves, perfect fourths, and perfect fifths in your bass. That's the simple answer to you. And then you could use the either whole step below the note to work your way back up to the tonic. Let me show you. Oh. Let's copy this over. So instead of using, let's do all the variations here. Let's just do them all. So I'm going to do the octave. We're going to do the fifth at the end, this end note. We're going to do the whole step below the tonic. And then we're going to do the walking half step. So these are all the variations, the end notes here. So all we're listening to are these end notes. See how all those worked? Okay, so it's perfect fifth, perfect fourth, whole step down from your tonic, or a half step down from your tonic or root note. And those will always work in the bass. I missed a lot of the chat, my fault. I'm still catching up to the chat, so don't mind me here. A little slow. Still reading. Injak Hang says, don't delete this, please. I won't delete it. This replay will be up, including the 10-minute standby that we had earlier. Drumflex is FL Studio, and the next update, they should make routing channels automatic. Routing channels automatic? Like if you load up a sound, it automatically goes to the mixer like that. I wonder what that would... So only thing with that theory is that technically if you do it that way, you would have to then, if I record a new take, it would be routed to a new mixer every single time. So unless they fix the way you record vocals, that would always cause every new recording to be routed to the next mixer channel. So you would, if you did like 16 vocal takes, that could take up 16 channels when you only wanted it to take up one, because that's the lead vocal. So unless they fix that process, I can't see that happening just yet. A group of rappers named themselves after Griselda Blanco. Yes. A lot of rappers name themselves after drug icons. Big Meech. I don't know if that was a person. But you had Griselda. You had Rick Ross. I'm sure there's other people. I don't even know all the drug people. I don't know. John Gotti and all them. You had people name themselves something Gotti, Irv Gotti, stuff like that. I have beats that I lost the project files. Any idea what I can do with them? I mean, put them on YouTube. As long as you have the file, you should be all right. That's why they're considered beat makers and not producers, but it does take years to get to that point where the sounds you make actually sound like they hold a weight. I mean, everybody has a specialty. I think people don't realize what like producer means. To me, it's a person who delivers a product. This is vitamin C, by the way. Chewable vitamin C. You said I can't play keyboard, but I can draw those patterns in the piano roll. Yeah, producer is just somebody who gets the thing to the finish line. It's not always the most skilled person. It's just somebody who can gather up people and make something. Called a product, called a song. Yeah, beat battles are every Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Producer edition FL. It's more for like beat makers. I don't know the difference between the lower edition. I'm not sure. But I recommend the producer edition and then buy whatever plugins you guys need on top of that. The education price is good for Ableton. Logic is nice, but I prefer Avid. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what gets people motivated. Live 12 is so dope, especially the new editions that are coming in Ableton. Auto Shift. Nah, I was benching what? 2 plates? That's nothing, right? 2 plates is what? 40 plus 90, 130. I wasn't even benching heavy. It was just I don't know why I put it back that way. I think I was trying to line it up with the bar. That's what happened. and I mistakenly put too much pressure on my neck. Don't forget if you had entered, Don't forget if you had entered, you can sometime minimize the function you're looking for in FL. So if you, okay, given like Windows advice, Alessandro says, does a high pass filter like this 48 dB per octave on 20 hertz cause phase shifting? But here's the tricky part. Hold on, it says an ad's coming. Let me skip this. People who are worried about 20 hertz and below are worried about phase shifting because that's modulation on the entire record. So even if it moves the phase of our bass like a little bit, it depends. Like what's really down that low to be phase shifted? I don't really have a lot of 20 hertz material that would clash with anything else. Like if it phase shifts a little to the right, is that gonna mess up the kick? You know, my kicks don't usually have 20 hertz in it. Why do some people have more than 3 EQs on their main vocal mix? Is it necessary? Some EQs, I'll give you the general answer. Not every EQ is the same. Some are for precise, you're trying to find a frequency and remove it. Other EQs are for broad, kind of classic broad stroke EQs. Some EQs add what are called harmonics to the sound. So you're not just boosting a frequency, you're boosting a frequency and you're adding what are called harmonics to the sound. And some analog EQs add harmonics. So it's not, every EQ is not the same, to answer your question. What's the best way to have live mixer automations in FL? Live mixer automation? Like performing live in the mixer? I'm not sure your question right there. Tails says, I've just started selling beats. Is there any short advice you could give besides making them actually sound good? I mean, focus on making content. Everybody's worried about beats and like the music. You got to make a brand for yourself first. Like you need to be making talking head videos. You need to show your face. You need to be personable. That's what people are buying. They're not buying your like random type beat. They're buying into you as a brand. What is this up with these ads? Sorry y'all with these ads. I didn't realize it ran so often. Sweaty, musty headbacks. What? Morning from Germany. Shout out to Germany in the chat. I'm reading so slow. You guys type so fast. I'm gonna have to skim this a lot faster. Morning from Germany. Same as Italy. Is breakfast time. I heard you guys call it brekkie over there. Is that true? I need guitar and other instrument VSTs. What would you recommend for a guitar? Ample Sound is my favorite company for anything guitar. I'm sure there's other companies, but Ample Sound is very consistent. They're high quality. Ample Sound. And then pick your favorite guitar. I have the Stratocaster from Ample Sound and the Luthier, which is a nylon guitar. Those are my favorite ones. Just drop maybe 3 beats and we will drop freestyles on them. And I think it's going to be interesting when you listen to them next Friday. That'd be fun. But the thing is, then people who rap on the beat think they're entitled for me to play them on Friday. So it's like, how do I, like, I'm not going to make a whole song feedback only for the people who recorded on the beat because it's going to get boring because it's the same beat. So that's the tricky part, is like, I want people to do that, but the people who do that are going to feel entitled just because they recorded to the beat, that they should guarantee get played. And to keep the show going, it has to have variety to it. That's a tricky concept. I'm learning chords, but not there. 5%. Cool. Learn my chord codes. Type in chord codes, BusyWorks beats. It'll change your whole perspective. Is that the Snap Studio vocal booth behind you, if you would recommend? This is called the GIK Acoustics, or Acoustic, I don't know. GIK Acoustics PIB. It's the portable isolation booth. So I have 2 of those. And then I have 1 soundproof blanket. And then I have a GIK acoustic panel on top of all that. So I don't know how much that costs, but I know the booth pieces cost 700 because that's 2 of them. 350 a piece from last time I ordered. So that's 700 plus the blanket plus the panel, which could be like 100. I don't even know. So let's just say $1,000. But it's better than me building a freaking whole room just for the vocal. Now you could get away with just a sound blanket and just put it over your head, put it over your microphone, and just like try not to move. That's probably easier way, but it's just a little more uncomfortable. But no, it's not the Snap Studio. It's a very clean signal. I would use it right now, but I just don't have energy to record vocals right now. And you can always edit those transition notes in EQ. So the best notes for bass lines are root, perfect, fourth, perfect, fifth, and octave. I wouldn't say best, but those are your go-to, like easy go-to notes if you ever need a freestyle or something. Arpeggiated chords, mind blown. Yeah, drug icons is a better concept for Griselda in them. WC Ben says you prefer what the easy. I may need to respect your consistency and contribution to help become better beat makers. It's my duty. Tell someone to send a free Santana type beat. Oh, Fredo. I don't know why I said free. How do y'all type this fast? I'm gonna just read current chat. There's no way I can catch up to all the chat in time. Y'all just type miles and miles of words. I don't know how you. It's a lot to read. Have you ever made any dubstep or bass house songs? Nope. I need to learn that style. I talked to Drew from Adu Sounds today, and I need to tap into EDM a little bit. Yeah, I'm like speed reading. This is crazy. I gotta read through all those comments because I noticed. Because I noticed now he started to take an interest in sound design. I wish I know a lot of rapper don't do sound design. Yeah, I need to know a lot of like everything. So that's why I'm into sound design. I don't even know if you're talking about me though. K Durazo says, I have a question. How do I stop recreating the same melodies? It always seems like I'm building melodies sort of the same way. You are. You're starting in the same key, use the same intervals, probably the same sounds, the same octaves. So if anything that I said the same of, you need to change. Change the key, change your starting point, change your what are called intervals, spread out your octaves across different instruments. So instead of putting your one instrument to cover the highs, middles, and lows, spread it out. So you have a bass playing your lows, your middles might be a piano, and then your high frequencies could be like a flute. Like separate your sounds like that. That's my short answer. But yeah, there's a reason why. It's because you're locked in the same key. And you probably don't play fast either. You probably play slow. Try doing stuff faster. Like a lot of your favorite melodies are like played kind of fast, like Michael Jackson stuff. Oh, those headphones picking up sweat. Oh, okay. I was way back in the chat. That makes sense. The open back headphones. That's funny. Musty headbacks. Do you know how VSTs loop? What? Do you know how VSTs loop sounds endlessly whenever I use a loop that I made myself? It doesn't have a fade out when I stop the mix. What is the question here? Do you know how loops sound infinite? Whenever I use a loop that I made myself, it doesn't have a fade out when I stop the mix. I think you're trolling me. That doesn't even make sense. Do you know how VST's loop sounds endlessly? Do you mean, do I know how to loop something? I mean, oh, I think I know what you mean. Okay, I think I know what you mean. So for example, like if you're consolidating this to audio, like right here. Oh wait, can you even see the screen? Hold on. I think what he means is if you right click consolidate track from start, and then you'll leave, it's called here tail, you probably leave the remainder. So what this means is it will not cut at where I have it highlighted. So I have this highlighted for 16 bars. It will leave the remainder, meaning any tail of the sound, any release, any reverb that goes over that point, the 16 bar point, it will still print it to audio. It will let it fade until it's done, which makes it very difficult for people who want to use your loops. So if you click this, okay, that wasn't even what he was talking about. I did all that and he wasn't even talking about. He said when you press stop, the sound still plays. That sounds like you might be loading up in like a plugin like Slice X or something like that, or Edison. Because here's what happens. Like, okay, let's load this up in Slice. Let's say I hit play in Slice, and then I go to hit stop up here. It's not gonna stop the Slice plugin. You have to hit stop inside the plugin of Slice. That's probably what's happening. Or you might have it loaded up in Edison some type of way, like this. And you hit play in Edison, and you're trying to hit stop on the main thing, but you have to hit stop in Edison. That's all I could think of. Maybe cut itself he's asking about. When you press stop, the sound doesn't play. What? When you press, yeah, I mean, I went over each scenario as to why that would happen. Yeah, hop in our Discord. Here's the Discord. What up, Wake Up Feezy? Hopefully we answered your question, because I can't think of what else he's talking about. It definitely is a lot more work than doing rap beats, but if you're making rap songs and actually mixing the whole project, it's about equivalent, I would say, in my opinion. Rap songs. I missed the context there. Oh, any hits you produced? Not in particular, no. The people I trained, they are the ones taking the knowledge and getting hits. So if you do, I have a lot of testimonials. Just go to my Instagram. I have a whole highlight reel of like testimonials, back to back to back to back to back. Just go to Instagram. Here's my Instagram. Instagram.com/BusyWorksBeats. That's my Instagram. So if you go there, check out the highlight reel. This is testimonials. You guys will see. Shout outs from Metro Boomin, Illmind. I'm not saying I taught these guys everything. I'm just saying, you know. And I don't even know what Metro solved mine. He just says I'm contributing to the producer community. That can mean a lot of things. Doesn't mean I taught him everything about FL though. So that's that. And every time you hit spacebar, all right, so he's describing it. Hit stop in the plugin from the settings view, and everything you hit spacebar. Everything you hit spacebar. It sounds like such a niche issue that I'm not sure I even grasp. My bad, NT. It just sounds like such a specifically narrow thing that you're gonna have to seek far and wide to find the one person on earth that understands that one kind of workflow error. Because I don't know what to tell you, dog. Step Bueno seems to have an idea, but I'm not grasping it. All right, are we done the questions? I was referring to making EDM music. Oh, thank you for giving me the context there. All right, I think we have run out of questions. Oh, here's one. Young Jones. This isn't related to the topic, but how do I cut long tails off of instruments when mixing? I would do it with the waveform, but if you have let me just ask you simple questions. Are you using waveforms to mix, or are you using plugins to mix? That will change the way I give you an answer. Oh, I forgot to link the Discord. Oh, no, here it is. If you have Discord, I'll help you fix your problems in FL. Oh, there you go. Baseface is willing to figure it out with you. NT, got a partner. Let me know, Young Jones, if you have stuff like this where it's like a wave, or if you have MIDI, because there's two different ways. Like if MIDI goes through a reverb, the reverb is going to keep going. That's the one reason people print the audio, so they can cut off the reverb whenever they want. But you can also automate the reverb, but it becomes a little tedious. So until you answer me, I'm not going to know how to answer you. Jen Kim says trim and cut in the waveform. It's a VST plugin, then you mess with the ADSR. Plugins. Okay, so I think what he's saying is like, okay, my translation and tell me if I'm way off, is let's say you have this sound here. Let me turn this stuff off. Hold on. So let's say you have this sound and it has reverb on it like this. You can't even really hear that reverb, can y'all? Let's make it even more dramatic. So let's say, like, I'll hit play, then I'll stop, but the reverb keeps going like that. Is that what you mean? And it just keeps ringing out like that? And you're saying, how do you stop the reverb? That's what I assume you're referring to. I just got an ad for speakers called Adam. Dang, they keep giving y'all ads. YouTube is throwing y'all ads like it's a daggone baseball game. I paused the ads for 10 minutes. It would be cool if FL made drum loops synced with the original tempo. It would be cool if FL made drum loops synced with the original tempo. What original tempo of what? I do agree with you about branding yourself and becoming a Swiss Army knife of your brand. The more you master, the more you can do. Yeah, it's brand that, you know, there's so much to explain, but in the world of AI, like let's say everybody has every piece of information in the world. What separates information at that point? It's the unique, what's the word I could use? The unique, like, imprint that makes it unique. Like, it's the DNA of something that makes it unique, to be metaphoric about it. Because if everybody has access to everything, the only thing that separates it is the personality, in my opinion. Thank you for your videos, man, for real. Thank you, Sumo. Okay, so Young Jones said basically when he it's the effects. Okay, so if you want to turn off the effects for some reason, you just want to turn them off temporarily, find your effects in the mixer and right click either on the mix level right here, this little thing, this little knob right here next to the plugin name. You can right click, create an automation clip, or you can right click the fader if you're using it as a send or like separate than from your actual track. So let's show you what that even sounds like. So right here we have the audio. So right now you're gonna hear a bunch of reverb, and then I'm gonna turn it off on the second bar using automation. So remember, this automation is for what's called the mix level. It's that knob next to the plugin name. So you're gonna hear it turn off. And then it comes back on. So this way that we're doing it, it just turns it off, but it's still listening to it technically. So the plugin, if you heard it like combined from the sound before. So it's still working, it's just the audio of it's turned off. But to control it more precisely, you would use the mixer fader. It's a little more precise. And this turns the entire fader off. But the problem is my guitar is also turned off because I put the reverb on my guitar. So if I automate the fader of my guitar, I turned everything down, and that's not what I want to do. So that's why I use the mix level to automate that. An easier way though, to be honest with you, is just print it to audio. Like right click, consolidate from track start. Click where it says enable insert effects, keep them on. So we're keeping the reverb on the entire thing. And what we're gonna do is chop out the parts that we don't want. Again, I'm not sure what kind of effect you're trying to create, but this way now we can cut off all of the audio. So it's not just the reverb, it's the entire thing. But we still keep the reverb on there. So essentially it's the same thing as the mix level reverb going up and down. So that's, you know, two ways to do the same exact thing for the most part. That was kind of advanced though. It's not really a beginner technique. I just would automate the mix level next to the plugin. I'm getting a little tired, y'all. The more you master, the more you can do. Yes, sir. Is the detect BPM feature correct in FL? I don't use that. I don't really find it accurate. Nope. I do it by ear. I don't use that auto detect stuff. Parametric EQ2. I'm gonna say nope. FabFilter Pro Q3. Now that might be one of the best plugins. EQ2 is alright. I wish that they would make another one rather than just having 7. That they would make another one where you can have more frequency bands to manipulate. I want them to make a dynamic EQ. I don't know why they don't like focus on that, but that's just me. FL is amazing. You can legit stretch any drum loop to any tempo. Yeah, FL, if they steal Ableton's like their audio manipulation stuff, FL will be one of the best DAWs. They just need to master recording and the audio manipulation that Ableton can do, and FL will be on top forever, for a while, for at least. And if they can figure out a way to put Serato sample somehow into here, they will be top dogs. Do you recommend an artist producer starting a label? Depends on what you actually want to do with the label. The reason I would say no initially is because you're going to have to fund everything. And if you don't have people who are already motivated, you're going to run out of money very quickly. And I'm not telling you what's going to happen. But a lot of people think money does work, and no, it requires people to do the work. So if you have the wrong team, you're going to blow through money like nothing. And then you're not going to have any money to keep going. So no, I would not say I would start a label. If anything, a collective of producers who you work together to like produce artists, that might be something you can figure out. That's more of a production collective, in my opinion. A label is more so somebody who is trying to acquire businesses. But depends on what you're trying to do. Production house might be a better term for it. You've been live for almost 4 hours. I know, I'm just like, my voice is on. It needs some water. I ended up doing a Q&A, and the Q&A took like 2 hours. You could always just double the EQ if you need more. It's true. Huh. Yeah, you could use, I don't know, that's a kind of interesting question. Doozy is here. What is it, 8 a.m. in your country? 7:30? I should wrap it up. Sneak VST is really... Found a local artist who I like, who likes what I create. There you go. Team up with that person. Now the thing is, are they going to be serious long term? You never know. They could just go to school and just drop music completely. They can get a career, drop music completely. You never know. Do you use AI to find inspiration for melodies you want? AI is... I like AI. I'll play some AI samples real fast. I mean, it's pretty fire to me. Are you big on AI covers? Not really. The cover stuff is kind of cheesy to me. Funny, but it's not interesting to me. Big bro, fan of yours. In music production, I mean, here's how I learned how to code in 30 days. Take 1 to 2 concepts a day. Very simple, basic little stuff. Not trying to produce like Metro tomorrow. Like the little tiny stuff. And just, you need a good person who can explain this stuff too. That's why it takes so much time to really explain music production, because you have to learn from somebody who can explain the minute details of something. In my opinion, I would focus on 1 to 2 topics every day and just study 1 to 2 things every day. Not that more than that. Don't try to take on too much, because what will happen is you're going to overwhelm yourself and your subconscious mind will stop learning. You'll stop pursuing new information. So I'd recommend 1 to 2 concepts every night, something different. It would be best if you have like a course structure that guides you through the steps so they make sense. But you know, 1 to 2 concepts every day. And I learned how to code in 30 days from knowing nothing about coding. Like, I didn't even know what to write in the code. I was like, what? I didn't even know how to save the file. And then after that, I learned how to write 200 lines of code. So that method works for sure. 1 to 2 hours a night, 1 to 2 concepts. As soon as you find your mind like kind of getting confused, just stop. Don't push yourself past that point. Can you do a video about record labels? I mean, the short answer is that record labels don't require a lot of paperwork. You could literally say you're going to start a record label and everybody's like, oh, okay, cool, we're in a record label. Like, you don't need some kind of special document to make a record label. You would have to determine what is the goal. Like, what is your strengths? Who are you trying to recruit? Are you just trying to what are you trying to do? Like, are you trying to be the person who galvanizes artists and you collect their distribution? Like, what is the label part of it? What are you doing as a label? What are you offering them that they can't do themselves? Because there's different solutions. Like, there's Sonos Suite if you're trying to do your own white label distribution. Like, a lot of these companies are just using a white label company called Sonos Suite, and they do distribution through their what do you call it? Their interface or whatever. So let's say I started a label, $200 a month. I can own an entire, like, my own DistroKid, put it that way, where you log in and you have your own, you know, customer experience and everything. You can manage all your IP and everything. So they have that pre-built. It's called Sonos Suite, but it costs me $200 a month. Now the question is, how are you going to get your $200 a month back? Are you going to charge them a fee to submit through you to the distributors? I mean, to the outlets, the DSPs. That's a way to make money. Are you going to take a cut of their streaming revenue? That's another way to make money. But you think, okay, you might need 300,000 streams a month. What's 300,000 times? Hold up. 300,000 times 0.003. That gives you $900 a month from your catalog of stuff. So let's say your business model was pay $200 a month. You take, what was that? Wait, 300,000 times 0.003. That gives you 900. So you would need about a third of that, if I'm doing that math right. You would need about a third. So you would need about 30% of 300,000 streams a month. Now, do your artists get 300,000 streams a month consistently? That's just to barely break even on your record label. So there's different business models. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to achieve with your record label. Are you trying to do live events? Are you trying to do, like, what are you offering the artists that they can't do themselves? I've enrolled in the course but got scammed by an instructor. I use Ableton. Join my free courses. I'll get you right. Heard those Ableton courses? Something just fell behind my TV and I'm like, what is even back there? Best way to mix my beats, just enough to sell them. I have videos on that. I recently showed that during a live stream, how to mix beats and vocals. You will always get lazy and pocket on the things you are excelling at because it's easy. What VST would you suggest? That's such a broad question. I have videos on the best VSTs. Type in best VSTs, BusyWorks Beats. I think the cat must have got in this room or something. Yeah, let me figure out what this sound is. Hold up. Pretty sure that's a cat over there. Hold up, y'all. Sitting there blaming the cat. It wasn't even the cat. It was just some plastic that fell. Never mind. /cash. All right, y'all. It's getting a little low on energy. Best way to mix my beats, just enough to sell them. But yeah, I have a lot of your guys' answers. Just go to my recent live streams. I really cover business, mixing, and melodies, and music theory in my last live streams. You guys will learn a lot. I'm going to go ahead and peace out. Thank you.